This is Brother Ron Murray, also known as R2C2H2 Artist. You are watching We All Be TV, News Free Dixie for the 21st century. Can you dig it?
Here I go. So what's the scenario? This is Brother Ron on the ones and twos, Brother Ron, because we all be in it to win it, man. Let me see. Welcome back to another wonderful, entertaining, agitating edition of We All Be News and TV. News Free Dixie for the 21st century. I'm your host for this empowerment segment, Brother Ron, also known as R2C2H2, the artist. So we are August 30th. This is Black August 30th, 2022. So what you gonna do? This is one of the unofficial Black History months. You know, like I said, Black History Month is not just one month out the year. It's not just the shortest or the coldest month of the year. You got several months that celebrates Black excellence. Really, all year is Black History Month or it's Black History Year, because every day we're making history. Every day we're making history. So get up out your misery. See how it works. So, you know, today is a lot of Virgos, you know, a lot of great Black Virgos. Like yesterday, August 29th, marked the anniversary life affirmation days of Charlie Parker. That's Yardbird from Kansas City. The great Dinah Washington, one of the greatest singers of any genre of music in the history of the world. She could sang anything. Dinah Washington, y'all need to check her out. You know, people talk about Marilyn Monroe, how she died tragically young. Dinah Washington died tragically young back in the early 60s as well. Accidental overdose. Died in her sleep. I believe she about maybe 39 years young, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, 39, because I think she died in 63 too, or either 62 or 63. But I'll let y'all do all that. Albertina Walker, one of the queens of gospel, was also born on August 29th. And also the one and only, is it Michael Joseph Jackson? Michael Jackson, arguably, quite possibly, the greatest entertainer to ever grace this matrix, was also born August 29th, 1958. Now, I used to think it was 59, like a brother said in the comment section of my community tab. I thought it was 59 too, but he was 50 when he died, I guess. And you know what's weird about these dates and whatnot, people's birthdays, when it comes to celebrities, you don't really know when is the exact date. Yeah, I remember last year, I can't believe it's 2 years ago, when Chadwick Boseman passed, they changed his birthday. You know, he went from either 43, 42, or whatever. Man, I believe he was 42 when he died, but they changed it, so you don't know what to believe. Because always, you can't believe everything you read or see or even hear. Everything is all about confusion. It's about confusion, right? So, yeah, but a lot of great Virgos born on August 29th. A lot of great Black Virgos. And people said they ain't the only Virgos that's great. You right. I agree. You got Beyonce coming up, Nasir Jones, arguably the greatest rapper. I'm a big Tupac fan, but Nas is very impressive right now, especially how he has evolved. Like my cousin of mine said, he actually became a better rapper as he got older. which is saying something because Nas was already great. If he didn't make another album after Illmatic, he'd still be one of the all-time MCs, period. Nas has an amazing flow. He's a son of a Delta blues player, as he said, from Natchez, Mississippi, one of the great jazz blues artists of our time. The A.L.L Daru, is that his name? I don't know. He's from Natchez. That's Nas' daddy. They did a song called, I think, Bridging the Gap. See, this is what I'm talking about. We got to reclaim the narrative. Hip-hop comes from the blues, from the sorrow songs, from the spirituals, from the church. You know, everybody, we got to put some respect on Black folks' achievements in this country. I'm glad that people are waking up that Black folks, we're not just hip-hop. We created all the genres of the music. And we played, I mean, country music was created by Black people. And I talk about this on this show all the time, about the contributions of Black folk in country music. Like I'm not gonna repeat, I'm gonna repeat, right? You know, that's how you learn through repetition. Because that's a mistake. That's why I know people are followers and lemmings, because people will convince you that doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results is insanity. No, that's called practice. That's called practice. That's how you refine your craft. That's how you learn a skill, by doing things over, repeat. Yesterday was Charlie Parker's birthday. The reason why we know Charlie Parker, because he was a phenomenal musician, but he was not born as a phenomenal musician. He had to practice. This man practiced 4 years on his saxophone for 11 to 15 hours a day. That's from his mouth before he died. He did a radio interview in Boston with the great Paul Desmond, a great alto saxophonist in his own right. Had his own distinctive style, but he was a great big fan of Bird. He asked Bird, what's the word? Were you born like this? Did you come to earth? Baby Jesus? Baby Jesus said, no, man. I just practice. Drove the neighbors mad. And Bird died at 34, but he made his statement. He made his mark. Thank God for the Virgos. We need Virgos. Virgos are needed. Dave Chappelle a Virgo. Kobe Bryant was a Virgo. Nas and Amy Winehouse. One of my favorite Nas songs is Cherry Wine he did with Amy Winehouse. That song made me miss Amy Winehouse. And I wish they had did a whole album together. That would have been phenomenal. Of this them doing their thing. Because Amy Winehouse, yeah, she was a white girl. You know, she was a Jewish white girl from Britain or London or whatever. But she had an old Black woman soul. I think she could have hanged out there back in the day in Smalls with Billie Holiday, all those people out. They would have accepted her probably on her own terms. She was very unique. You know, they got rid of Amy Winehouse and they brought up Adele. That's how they do it. That's how they do it. No, today is August 30th. Is the life anniversary or life affirmation anniversary of the late great Fred Hampton Sr.'s debut into this matrix. One of our greatest Black leaders and organizers who was gone, who was taken away much too soon at the tender age of 21 years young in his sleep by the government. Y'all kind of confused. Y'all act like the government loves you. And what Fred said, you end up with answers that don't answer, or answers that don't answer, and conclusions that don't conclude. Y'all don't even know what y'all talking about. The government killed Fred Hampton. It's been proven in court. Just like Dr. King was proven in civil court. One of the longest civil trials or civil court cases in U.S. America history. Back in the early 80s, the government was found guilty of murdering Fred Hampton Sr. and his defense captain, Mark Clark, in their sleep in his apartment, December 4th, 1969. They gave the families of Fred Hampton and Mark Clark somewhere around $1.85 million and $2 million. It seemed like a lot, but it's not a lot. If you think about what we lost when we lost Fred Hampton and Mark Clark. I had a chance to interview Mark Clark's sister. I can't remember, the time going by fast. It's been a little bit over a year ago. Mark Clark's sister, beautiful sister. She wrote a book about her brother. She is her brother's keeper, keeping that flame going. His story needs to be told on the big screen as well. A unique individual, brother Mark Clark was. I interviewed Fred Hampton's brother, who's passed on to glory. I had spoke to his mom and thank her for her sacrifice and contribution to our cause, because Fred Hampton's mom went through a lot of grief in her life. I mean, she raised a son like Fred Hampton, and also she used to babysit Emmett Till because they used to be neighbors. So that stuff is deep, and they from the South. You know, Fred Hampton's people from Louisiana. He's buried down in Louisiana, and to this day, they still be shooting at his tombstone, at his grave marker. Those despicable, you know what, with the horns that you can't see. They use his tombstone as target practice. How can it be that a man that been dead for almost what? Yes, he's been dead for over 50 years. Why is he a threat to white supremacy? Why do these white folks fear our ghosts, our ancestors? Because they know what, if we knew what they knew, that's why they did what they did to him at the age of 21. You got to understand, we are quick to blame each other for a lot of things that's going on in our society as black folk, but we don't know how to do the research and follow the paper trail to find out the real culprits behind our misery. So it's not just as simple as being disciplined. People say, where you know, you look at the young women, they all tatted up, liquored up, high as you know what, hang out in the club, they got kids, several kids by several different baby daddies. But why is that so? Is it because they were born like that? No, because you gotta understand, the hood rat is a government invention. Who invented the projects? A project was a social experiment. If you got generations of people living on top of each other in close confines, close proximity, no yard and no space, people in your personal space, in your face, if you've been told that the only way you get some money is by kicking your man out of the apartment and making the government your zaddy or daddy or whatever you want to call it, this is what you get. This is what we got 60 years later, or 55, or 52 years, or 54 years later, because we are being punished for what happened during the 60s. We had strong black men, hetero leadership. You had strong hetero black men leadership. Now that's non-existent today, as well as in mainstream popular culture. You look at the movies, everything's geared toward strong black womanhood. Even the comic books, like you look at the Woman King stuff, y'all going crazy about. You look at Wakanda Land, y'all going crazy about. But where's the black man? Where's the strong black man? Even it took strong black men creating hip hop with the sisters. It took black men and women working together to bring that culture together. Anytime we could be on the same page and work together, there are cosmic shifts, there are paradigm shifts in this universe. We got to start getting back on that page as black man, woman, and child. Y'all keep on talking about y'all Native American. I'm Native Black American, okay? I know my people was already here, but don't act like everybody don't come from the so-called motherland. People think that the Middle East is actually the Middle East. That's Africa. White folks did some things to divide the so-called Middle East from the continent of Africa. They did some physical things, creating the Suez Canal. They renamed things. You got to understand, when you see Africa on the map, from my understanding, y'all go fact check this and Snopes or whatever you want to do, they actually make Africa look smaller in comparison to other landmass. By design, everything is psychological warfare with these people. Had not Dr. Francis Cress Wilson warned us about this? Everything being psychological warfare with these people. Everything is warfare in every area of human activity with these people. Even our leaders are not safe because y'all don't understand. We are behind enemy lines. They don't even allow our leaders to reach their prime. Fred Hampton was just 21. Imagine if all the stuff he did, he was like, I don't think he was a year as the chairman. I don't think he was a full year, or he was barely a full year as the chairman of the Black Panther Illinois Party, right? They took him out. The government been watching Fred Hampton since he was a teenager. They started watching Fred Hampton around 14. That's when Emmett Till was killed down south, right? Fred Hampton was an amazing community organizer. There are folks, I believe, that's still around that can speak to the greatness of Fred Hampton. I know his mom and dad and brother and sister, they all going on to glory, but his son is still around, but his son was in his mom's womb. Imagine being shell-shocked in the womb, that you witnessed in the womb the assassination of your father, then being birthed several weeks later, December 29th. I always talk about Pimp C. Pimp C was interesting to me. Unique, good brother. I mean, I never met him, but he spoke the truth, man. And you know what they do to our truth tellers in the system. And really, nobody really know what happened to Pimp C in that hotel room, but he passed on December 4th, 2007. That's Fred Hampton's death date. But Pimp C was also born December 29th. That's Fred Hampton's Jr.'s birthday or life affirmation day. I mean, hip hop is weird in a way. You look at somebody like Tupac. I know Tariq Nasheed and them doing a great job. Shout out to Tariq Nasheed. Been enjoying these hip hop debate podcasts. Been doing. Shout out to Brother DeJuan and Dr. Randy Short. Y'all need to check out DeJuan B's YouTube channel. And him and Dr. Short they're like a dynamic duo. They are amazing in the information they are putting out. There is no reason for y'all to become empty-handed when you got all these brilliant public intellectuals sharing what they know. I know people like me, we on the front lines. People think a lot of us are making money. We're not making, I ain't made no money. The only year I really made money in this was 2016. And what they do the next year, they shut everything down. They start censoring everything. IRS on my ass. That's another story. But only out of 1 year. But what I'm saying is, you got people, like they talk about the 5%ers, right? You break it down, 85% of the people are dumb, deaf, and blind. 10% of them know what's going on. They manipulating, they exploiting. You got the 5%, the poor righteous teachers. What part of that you think I'm in, right? I'm not a 5%. I'm not a Muslim. I was raised in Christianity, but I choose to be spiritually me. I choose me. But what I'm saying is that you dealing with a beast. You was like, even with the Carolyn Bryant thing, y'all keep on wanting the government to do the right thing, whether it be state, local, or federal. They won't do the right thing because this country was created out of sin. It's a very sinful, unforgiving country, unrepentive. And that's the word. They have not repented for what they have done to so-called black folk. And this is why we catch the hell as a collective, because we allow them to do this to us. Like, Baba Dick Gregory used to have a saying about, we dropping bombs over there, but don't be upset when they start dropping bombs over here, because your tax dollars pay for them to drop bombs, use drones on people's weddings and birthday parties and all types to justify whatever they want to justify. So you expect that they don't supposed to visit your doorstep, but like the America found out November 22nd, 1963, the chickens will be coming home to roost. And this is what's happening right now in this country, because you got people like the Joker known as Biden, Joker Biden. I don't understand. I'm good. I love y'all. I love my people, but y'all ain't. We not the most politically astute people on the planet. We don't know how to play the game to win. Like people say, you should run for office. If I'm gonna run for office, I want to run to win. I need to be well financed. You don't just run for a moral victory. It's good. Oh man, I got 500 votes, and my opponent, he got 50,000. But the guy that got the 50,000 votes to your 500 was well financed, had some type of institutes behind them, had big money donors behind them. So we don't even understand how that game. But you look at somebody like Fred Hampton, just at 21, he was politicizing the Chicago gangs, the street gangs. He called them tribes. He said they my rainbow coalition. So he had the Young Lords, the Students for the Democratic Society, the Black Keystone Nation. He was organizing, revolutionizing, politicizing these young, fervent minds. He was a brilliant orator and also scholar. Fred Hampton, there is video or film of him talking about how they was killing black folks on purpose in these hospitals for the purpose of organ harvesting. This guy is barely 20 years old. He understands more then more folks triple his age will ever understand, let alone overstand. So we got to understand the importance of never forgetting about people like Chairman Fred. I'm not living in the past because the past is never past, and we still catching hell because we refuse to get out the damn burning house. We are stuck in the burning house. Dr. King told us we was in a burning house back in 68, and we are fools because we are still in a burning house in 2022. And it's hot outside. It is hot outside. I got Judge. He got the date wrong. I know we're coming on Mercury retrograde. So we have Judge on shortly, but this is good. This is a blessing. I'm just typing Judge right now. Yeah. But this is the blessed guy. I didn't know if I want to do 2 lives today. I got a lot on my plate. I be having a lot on my mind. Only people see things torture me. I feel tortured by a lot of things because I care more than the average person seems to care about stuff. And people think I'm supposed to be going above and beyond what everybody else is supposed to be doing as well. This should be a team sport. Liberation should be a team sport. What I'm saying is, I know I provide an important service, but like sometimes it feels like an inconvenience for me because, like I said, I don't make any real money from this stuff, and I don't really know how I'm surviving. The only thing I can think of that there must be a God, and that the ancestors must be pleased with some of the stuff that I'm doing, and that people are benefiting from these things because every now and then I do get a confirmation from the people that you keep on pushing. The marathon continues. But what I'm saying is, you see how they flipped this. Rainbow Coalition was our turn. We are the rainbow. Everything come out of black. But yet we allow them to exploit and take everything that we create. We are the creators. Squash all this. No disrespect. I love my Puerto Ricans and all my Dominicans. I thought I was gonna marry a Puerto Rican. And they got African ancestry, all that stuff. But I gotta do, black people, name me one great early Latino or Latinx rapper in the game. Where's the version of Grandmaster Flash? Where's the Latino version of Grandmaster Flash and the Furious 5 or Furious 3 or whatever? Broken glass everywhere. Where's the Latino version of Rakim or Nas or LL Cool J or Big Daddy Kane? And Big Pun came later. Big Pun was a beast. Big Pun was great. But I'm talking about early in the game. Where are their MCs? Where are the Latino MCs that are in anybody? Where's the Latino version of Cool G rap? Cuban Links, Big Pun, all them cats came later. You're my darling, darling baby. It's like Jamaica. Where's your James Brown? Where's your Sam Cooke? Bob Marley wanted to be Sam Cooke, but he didn't have the voice of Sam Cooke. But anyway, people talk about, Dr. Short talk about Johnny Nash, the brother from Texas who just died not too long ago. I can see clearly now the rain has gone, some stuff like that. I can see all obstacles in my way. That's our people that did that. Even Afro-Latin jazz, our people brought that here. It was Dizzy Gillespie from South Carolina that was a major innovator in Latin jazz. You understand? He the one that endorsed Chano Pozo. He was like the patron saint of Latin jazz musicians. He got Arturo Sandoval over here. When he came to Cuba, he connected with Arturo Sandoval. Arturo Sandoval, a Cuban jazz trumpeter. He brought him to America. That's Dizzy Gillespie, one of the fathers of modern jazz, from Sherrard, South Carolina, from the Carolinas. Carolinas are a beast. Like, Tariq brought that up, like not just for hip hop. You think about, okay, Tupac mom is from North Carolina. Tupac mom went to high school with Ben Crump's mama. From my understanding, Ben Crump's mom went to high school with Tupac's mama, Afeni Shakur is from Lumberton, North Carolina. And his father, his real, his biological father, his folks is from Florida. You know, Tupac looks like his father's mom. Tupac has the features of his paternal grandmother who died real young, I believe back in the 50s, if I'm not mistaken. But y'all can look all this up. But what I'm saying is, it is so important that not only brother Ron knows, I don't even have no biological children as far as I know. But what I'm doing, people don't understand, is like people say, well, why don't you write the books? I am going to write the books. You know, the book's already been written, has been written. But also I do a lot of these little podcast things. So whatever happened to me, I'm leaving a legacy behind with the artwork, with the podcast, the interviews, with a lot of things I have done. And just investing in other people, I will leave a legacy. Regardless of what happened to me, my mark, they don't want to do nothing to me because people start discovering who I am and what I've done. It's going to be a different story. You know, it's going to inspire some people to do some things. Like somebody said, like Malcolm told people before he died, it's more important to be more dangerous dead than alive. You know, they try to destroy Malcolm. They try to put Malcolm in the dress. Malcolm is bulletproof in death. Tupac is bulletproof in death. They still trying to carry to assassinate Tupac. Tupac still be making these rappers have nightmares. I'm talking about people like, I love Ice Cube. I love Jay-Z. I love Will Smith. But they are obsessed with Pac, man. I love these Tupac stories because I don't understand. I don't even understand or overstand how a brother at 25 years young did all the things his brother did. But he knew that his life was limited. Some people know, others don't. It's like with Charlie Parker. We lost Bird at 34. Bird did some phenomenal things, man. We don't. Oh. Now they got a fire alarm going off. Just when I'm about to get into it, y'all. I'm sorry. Maybe we can ride this out. Let me go through this. Thank you, Black Mama, for the donation. We love you madly. This is the remix. I'm gonna try to ride this out. Like I said, we had some break-ins last week. By me and 19 my neighbors got our cars broken into, windows smashed. And you know, the landlady said they're gonna increase the police presence over the next 2 weeks. My neighbor, I report on my neighbor. She thought she had a car stolen from the Civil Rights Museum. The way she made it sound is that she was actually in the museum, right? She was actually in the museum parking lot. Cause I said it was strange how would they be able to steal a car in broad daylight when they got parking lot security at the museum's parking lot. Come to find out on Monday, she said I must be getting old. She parked her car on a different street than she thought she parked it on. So she wasn't even parked in the parking lot, but she was parked on the street, but she forgot which street she was parked on. So the cops was able to find her car on Monday. And so she was so happy. I was so happy for her. They gave me some hope. You know what I'm saying? The police actually did their job and that her car wasn't stolen. I said, man, these people are getting crazy out here. But it's very much crazy out here, right? This is a warning. This is a test. I mean, I'm in the middle of stuff. And I said in the title, Memphis on fire, right? I hope we're not on fire in this building. I talk about being being integrated into a burning building. I hope I'm not in the burning building trying to give y'all the news, trying to wait on the Honorable Judge Joe to come on my show. I hope this ain't the last podcast for Brother Ron. But let me ride this out. I start smelling some smoke. I'm actually on the third floor. I got a window. I'm gonna try my best to jump out, whatever, if I got to. But let me give y'all the news. I'm like the fireman and the mailman at the same time. I remember one time actually that I had a grease fire about almost 3 years ago. I was cooking some tacos, things got out of hand. Oh, thank God. Stove caught on fire. I don't know what it was. You know, I don't know how I remained so cool and calm. I was thinking about I didn't want my artwork to burn. I don't want my artwork to burn or go away. I gotta get my so I grabbed the fire extinguisher from underneath my sink in the kitchen. And I had no idea how to use it. There was just God. I just pulled a pin, sprayed that bad boy. I ain't gonna never forget the look on the fireman's face. They were so disappointed. They thought They would have been more happy if everything was on fire so they could just use, they get a fireman. I guess they want some action, but they were looking. I wish I took a picture of the fireman. They were so disappointed that I figured out how to use the fire extinguisher to put out that fire. And it could have been a whole lot worse, but I didn't panic. And it's like right now, even when things happen after surviving the pandemic 2020 and these last 2 years, you got to put yourself in the mindset that anything can and will happen. It is not best to panic in times like these. People are having constant panic attacks, anxieties, and rightfully so, but you must know that life goes on. The marathon continues. You got to hold on, be strong, keep your eyes on the prize. But when I said with Bird, I was talking about Bird before all this stuff went crazy. I'm trying to wait on Judge Joe Brown. Thank God he didn't come on. So he'll be, by the way, but you won't hear nothing. By the way, barbecue sauce, Sam Brown downtown. But Charlie Parker died at 34, right? This basically, he wore his body out. But what people don't do, they want to dismiss Charlie Parker. He was a drug addict, an alcoholic, a degenerate. But why was he on drugs? He got addicted to painkillers in the hospital. He got addicted to morphine. He got a real bad car accident. Some sources say 16 or 17 in the Ozarks up in Missouri. Lost his best friend in the car accident. He broke his body, and he literally broke a lot of bones in his body. Was convalescing in the hospital. They gave him morphine to ease the pain. So he got addicted to morphine. And then the jazz scene, a lot of them cats were using heroin, like a lot of these rappers be drinking lean and all that stuff and weed, all that. So you lost a lot of great artists before they prime. A lot of these jazz musicians got hooked on these drugs like the heroin, which was brought in by the government. Because, they let Lucky Luciano go, the mob boss who created La Cosa Nostra, the American Mafia, the George Washington organized crime. Lucky Luciano was in prison for white slavery, for being a pimp. The government had him in prison for 30 to 50 years. He made a deal with the government. He helped the U.S. military protect the docks during World War II because the mob ran the docks. You look at that movie with Marlon Brando, that good movie called On the Waterfront. That's a great movie to show you how the mob controlled the docks. So there was supervising docks, and also Lucky gave the government intel on Italy, so they was able to invade Italy successfully. So when they got Lucky out, they kicked him out the country. Lucky went over to Italy, but sometimes he would conduct business in Cuba and Havana, because Cuba and Havana was controlled by the mob. They controlled Batista, who was the president or dictator. So the mob controlled Havana. So he was able to establish the drug routes that came into America. So people would think, well, Lucky is a crook. He's a snitch. All these guys are snitches. Y'all be talking about Tekashi 6ix9ine. Lucky Luciano, when he was a young man, was snitching on dudes. Matter of fact, he started getting a reputation as a snitch, and it was his mentor, Arnold Rothstein, the legendary Jewish gangster who fixed the 1919 World Series. He told him how to get rid of that stigma that was attached to him. He said, look, what you do is you buy some boxing tickets to this great boxing match. I forgot who was fighting. I think it was maybe Jack Dempsey fighting maybe Gene Tooney or somebody. One of those boxing matches from back in the day. You hand out the tickets and all this stuff. You just spread your favor around. Give people tickets, random people, whatever. And okay, it's good time, Charlie. But Lucky was snitching on folks. They all snitch, man. Whitey Bulger snitched on people for a long, long time. He got favor from the FBI. He was killing. He was a serial killer, degenerate psychopath, but he was protected by the FBI. Look at that movie, Departed. That's really about Whitey Bulger up in Boston, the Irish gangster. That's who Jack Nicholson character was based off of. He had what's his name? Matt Dane or Matthew. What's his name? Matthew Damon. Yeah, he was good. He was a great actor. I enjoyed him in the Bourne Identity series. He do some good movies, but he was his guy. That was his puppet, and he was pulling the strings. I'm your puppet. But Charlie Parker. I'm getting off subject and tangent. But yeah, the government brought in heroin. This is before I had Freeway Ricky Ross on the show. This be before the Iran-Contra in the 80s. This is back in the 40s where the government was flooding the ghetto with heroin. He had people like Lucky Luciano running point overseas. They ain't let him back in the country until he was dead. He died in Rome, I believe, of a heart attack at the airport, picking up some Hollywood producer. There's a book I think I'm getting off of a tangent, but it's a book called The Last Will and Testament, I believe, of Lucky Luciano. I read it years ago. It's supposed to be his life story as he told it to a Hollywood producer guy. They wanted to make a biopic about Lucky Luciano. And I believe Lucky Luciano wanted Dean Martin to play him in the biopic, which is interesting. That's how he saw himself. Dean Martin, Dean Martin's from Ohio, from Youngstown. I think he's from Youngstown, Ohio, mobbed up, you know what I'm saying? But somehow he died of a heart attack unexpectedly at the age, I want to say 65, back in 62. And so they buried him up in while these, the big time gangsters are buried. I believe he's buried in the same cemetery as John Gotti and Carlo Gambino, if I'm not mistaken. And but some people believe he was poisoned or murdered. They murdered Lucky Luciano because the mob did not want him to expose all their secrets, because they had a thing called omerta. The omerta, Omerta, omerta. They took when they did their oath, it's an oath of silence. So why would Lucky tell all the secrets? Why would he want all that smoke? So I guess they made him an offer. He tried to refuse, but should not have refused, and they got rid of Lucky. But yeah, the government brought him drug, but a lot of jazz musicians got hooked on that stuff. And Bird was always trying to kick his drug habit. But he would do things like, when he was out in Cali, we made a historic trip out to Cali to bring bebop out there. I think at Billy Berg's of Hollywood, some place like that. They didn't have a lot of heroin out there at the time. So he ended up getting on alcohol. That man would drink like a gallon of wine by himself. He'll drink all types of alcohol. One of his most infamous or famous recordings is that of Lover Man that he did back in the day. And he was drunk and high. Charlie Parker hated that guy for releasing that recording to this day. But Charles Mingus said it was a work of art. It was genius. Because, Charlie was missing his bars and everything. It sounded erratic, but it was beautiful in a way. It's kind of like, it kind of like let you know the things to come in jazz, in terms of free jazz, in terms of Ornette Coleman, John Coltrane, Archie Shepp, Albert Eiler. Really, yeah, he was pushing it, Eric Dolphy. But Bird hated that recording. He did a remake of it later on for another label. I think this recording, Lover Man's on Dial. He also did a song called Bebop with the great Howard McGee, a very underrated trumpet player back in the day. And you could hear Howard McGee, because Bird was getting sleepy and he was dizzy. He said, blow, blow, blow. And and Charlie Parker ran through that thing, man. But I love Bird. But it's problematic when you don't understand the origins of his addictions and demons. Like, if you go back to he was in a really bad car accident where he almost died and he got hooked on morphine in the hospital, I believe you could be more empathetic towards Charlie Parker's demons, because he tried his best to get off those things. But Charlie Parker was a unique guy. I mean, if you listen to some of his interviews, he got his voice on record, which is amazing. He sounds like a college professor, but he's a high school dropout. The man could talk about any and everything. He was he could hang out with Einstein. He could do what Einstein do or did, but I don't think Einstein could do what Bird did. And that's the beauty of Bird. Bird was an enigma, because he's like the type of dude, like somebody, it was a singer that had this great quote that summed up Charlie Parker. I'm gonna find it. It's brother named Earl Coleman. I believe Earl Coleman's from Memphis. He did a song called Dark Shadows. My Jegna, the late great Mr. Anderson Abel Jr. Yeah, Bird did a song with Earl Coleman. Dark Shadows, man. Dark Shadows, man. Mr. Abel, God bless that man. I miss him. Dark Shadows, man. But this is Earl Coleman's quote about Charlie Parker. And I think Judge is about to be on, but I want to read this, because we got to know, y'all didn't listen to some Charlie Parker, man. Y'all may not like Charlie Parker, because this is a lie. Like, the same folks are saying that everybody invented hip-hop but Black Americans are the same folks that say, well, bebop, you can't dance to it. I dance to bebop music all the time. But this is what Earl Coleman said, a brother from Memphis, I believe. You could look at, and Bird's dad is from Memphis. Memphis is a very powerful place. And it's one of my goals that I hope before I get out here that Memphites will learn how to appreciate the greatness of our city, that they see the things that other folks see in Memphis besides crime and blight. But this is what Earl Coleman said. He said, You can look at Bird's life and see just how much his music was connected to the way he lived. You just stood there with your mouth open and listened to him discuss books with somebody, or philosophy or religion or science, things like that. Thorough. A little while later, you might see him over in a corner somewhere drinking wine out of a paper sack with some juice head. Now, that's what you hear when you listen to him play. He can reach the most intellectual and difficult levels of music. Then he could turn around, now watch this, and play the most low down, funky blues you ever want to hear. That's a long road for somebody else from that high intelligence all the way over to those blues. But for Charlie Parker, it wasn't half a block. It was right next door. And Bird had an influence on them Latin jazz musicians, particularly the tenor saxophonists, the bossa nova people, all that stuff. No, Bird is the word. But speaking of what's the word, we got the one and only, the honorable Judge Joe Brown. What's going down, Brown?
Hey, young brother, I'm fine. I'm here. Judge is in the house, I'm at. Yeah, I guess that's the way to say it.
That's good, man. I'm glad you came on later because I actually had a fire alarm going off. I was talking about how Dr. King said we integrated to a burning house. Then my fire alarm started going off. I said, I hope I ain't on burning house, burning building.
Somebody's listening to you.
Man, I gotta talk to you. It's good. I want you. You need to run for mayor. That's all I gotta say. But I want to say this as well.
I am running for mayor.
All right, cool. So it's official.
It's JJB in 2023 for mayor of Memphis, Tennessee. If you want to turn the town around, send Brown downtown.
All right, we want to see you downtown now, though, not the 201.
A vote for me is a vote for yourself. Let's take back this town. It belongs to us.
Yes, sir. And I will tell you, like, it affected me recently because on Friday morning or Friday afternoon, I found out that my car was victimized along with 19 of my neighbors where I live at downtown near the Civil Rights Museum and the Central Train Station.
That was when? Friday, Saturday?
It was Friday and Saturday. Mine happened on Friday.
Yeah, well, I went to somebody's party, man. Not far from me, a house party. 4 cars got broken into right out in front of the house. And they break the back passenger windows since those don't appear to set off the alarm in some cars.
Yeah, look at my window held up. It's like got laminated, like temper or something like stuff. It held up and didn't crack all the way through. But like some people were so lucky. I had another neighbor. She got her car broken into twice this past week, and it's ridiculous. This is everywhere. But it says teenagers or little kids doing this. Like it's
it may be, but they've gotten 800-900 incidents over the last several months where they've got on video. They can't identify anybody. They drive up in Infinities, 3 and 4 in a car. 2, 3 cars sometimes jump out and hit as many as they can. And what they usually do in these instances is they get in and take a crowbar or a bumper jack, tire iron, and rip open the glove compartment in the center console to see if there are guns inside.
Yeah, they say that too.
Particularly go like where it's somebody's house or something, where somebody or going in a restaurant where they look at the sign saying no guns allowed and will put the gun in the glove compartment rather than the trunk because they don't want anybody to see them being obvious about it. So that's what they're doing. They even had one instance where a preacher had almost $5,000 in cash he had collected from his congregation, and they just threw it on the floor, and they got 3 guns from the car.
They left the 5,000?
Yeah, left the 5,000. They didn't want it.
Praise the Lord, I guess.
Valuable. In other words, it's like something else is going on here. And I suspect what that is about is because it puts paid to the myth that crooks go into gun shops and everything's so easy to get guns and go to gun shows where there are no transfer regulations or anything, which is not the truth at all, and get the guns they use in crime. Well, most of the stuff they use in crime is not bought over the counter at gun stores or during gun shows or anything like that. They're stolen. One big source of guns used in crime is because cops leave them on the floor in the bathroom or on the dashboard or seat of the car. Or our new chief of police was in a restaurant, hadn't been here a month, and she got a gun stolen out of her car, which why she didn't take it in as chief of police, since they've been hijacking some of these places at gunpoint.
Mm-hmm.
And she's exempt. I don't get it, but you know, it is what it is.
I
By
think
the
that's
way, you
crazy.
see that thing about our crooked DA, Amy Wyrick, who lost out in the election, got hired up here in the 25th Judicial District, who was announced this morning. So she'll be up there with Fayette County, Hardeman County, whatever. And I am looking at the fact that that's where Mason, Tennessee is, and all of the questionable things that are going on there with officials trying to slide their hands under the table for a little handout from Ford. And I'm looking at it, and surely the DA up there understood her extremely corrupt reputation as the most corrupt DA in the United States of America by multiple sources. And he hires her, okay, fine. And then I look at Tipton County's mayor, which is included in this. He bought 550 acres between Mason and the Ford factory, and it's going to be ground zero for the new town they're going to have to build in 5 years to house 125,000 people. See, Ford's talking about hiring 27,500 people to work there, and there aren't but 5,200 people in Mason, and most of them are already employed. So that would mean bringing in 27,000 some people, and that would require a town about the size of Jackson, Tennessee, to be built inside of 5 years, which is a hell of a windfall for certain people in that industry located in the immediate area.
Wow.
But,
There's a
you
lot
know, it
to,
is what it
yeah.
is. So, yeah, this
I gotta
gun
ask you.
thing and this crime thing, and nobody seems to have a clue about what to do. Well, there are things that can be done, but nobody seems to want to apply them, because around here, actually, you don't call on the people that have the expertise. You call on the showpieces that folk get into. Oh, L94, you know, he's behind this. Who the hell is hypothetical L94? What is his background? He doesn't know a damn thing about it, hasn't been involved in it, but he's got celebrity status, so they bring him in. Or using somebody who's real. What the hell does Kim Kardashian know about justice reform?
Right. Well, I gotta ask you, because I know the police, like you talk about the police. I know a police officer who, my neighbor thought her car was stolen at the Civil Rights Museum. They recovered it. She just parked it on a different street than she recalled. But they actually did their job and found her car. But the police officer saying that he had a police colleague, his brother tried to confront some of the people breaking into his Corvette, and they shot him. So you can't even approach these people that are breaking in people's cars because they might shoot you.
Well, shoot back.
Okay. So you say it should be the Wild Wild West out here.
It'd stop it. See, they can operate with near impunity. I tell you where they don't go. They don't go too much to East Memphis into the residential areas, nor to Germantown or Collierville, because in those areas, the residents tend to avail themselves of handgun carry permits, or under the new law, they can carry without permit, and they arm themselves. I know in my neighborhood, people go around, what you got new, Judge? Well, what you got? Well, let me show you. So-and-so. Well, yeah. So it might be hazardous to the health of somebody who would roll up on the wrong person in this neighborhood. I've got a place here, and, you know, one in Memphis too to qualify me to run. And the other thing too, they have a special new category of permit.
Okay.
And that new category, if you qualify for it, allows you to carry in places that are restricted to you with an ordinary CCW or engaged in constitutional carry. In Tennessee, as a constitutional matter, we have that kind of carry, which was signed into law and went into effect. And I approve of it. It says anybody qualified to purchase a pistol may, in fact, carry it. Now, it's on you to deal with getting the training or having the acumen and the ability and skill to use it effectively and accurately. But it is what it is. I think one of the things that we need is to implement another aspect, a forgotten aspect of the Second Amendment, and the mayor of Memphis could declare the need to have an urban community militia. And he could have retired first responders, cops, firemen, veterans, good citizens who are willing to undergo the training to have some sort of quasi uniform, and on weekends or high crime days, go out and patrol with the police and assist in keeping law and order and public peace and dignity. And that would also make people feel better because they would be able to participate in making things right, which would get rid of this feeling that a lot of folks suffer from. I'm helpless. What can I do? It's extremely frustrating because there are things that can be done. We could start bringing in industry. How do we get that? Well, we need to deal with the debacle going on with TVA and Memphis Light, Gas, and Water, and whether you go get the energy from TVA or Steve Cohen's good buddy. And the prices are likely to escalate. And why is it that nobody on the city council or in the current mayor's office has done a damn thing about the dumping of coal ashes, not cold, C-O-L-D, but C-O-A-L, from the burning of coal and furnaces in other states in North Memphis, where a significant portion of the majority population lives. I mean, the voting isn't the greatest, but that no environmental impact, and it's toxic. So what the hell are they up to, and what does Memphis get out of it? Running this pipeline through Memphis gets nobody anything because the construction is not going to generate any local jobs. There's no usage that would generate local jobs. It's just we got dumped on because I guess we don't count. 2 months ago, Memphis got reported as the most inefficiently run and ineptly run large city in America. Out of the top 25, we're number 14. We also got declared the number 3 on the list in violent criminality. It goes Detroit, St. Louis, and then Memphis. That's ridiculous.
3 of my favorite places.
Adventure, man. Exciting life. Wild, wild west. Crawl down, Legree. It's high noon and the town ain't big enough for both of us, yeah?
Well, Joe, I got to say this too. Like, I talked to a police officer on Saturday. He was talking about how they basically like paper tigers. They can't do anything because even if you have a gun and shoot at the people committing crimes against you, they're like, let's say they're kids and they break into a car and you injure one of the kids breaking into your car. Their parents or guardians can actually sue you in court and probably win. And then they say they catch these guys in the act, bring them to court, and they let them go. Some lady was telling me at the auto repair glass shop, I was trying to get my car window fixed. A lot of people trying to get their car window fixed. They're making a killing like the federal business in the car glass repair business. She said a teenager was brought to court, let go, and then he broke into somebody else's car outside the court to get home because he had no way home.
Well, yeah. See, that's ineffective courts. It's pathetic what's going on. We have frankly, we had some improvements that we got from this election, and we had a few losses. But too often, the judges that have to do with such things don't have any real connection to the communities, no understanding, and they are functionaries looking for a job rather than playing village chieftain and administering justice, law, order, public peace, and dignity where they live. Now, it's gotten better, but we still have a way to go. And one of the things is that's our fault. We don't pay attention. We wait until we walk up and somebody hands us one of these sample ballots. Vote so and so, and we don't know them. And hell, the guy that's got it on the ballot doesn't know them. And I was perturbed because I've been doing this for 50 years and I try to stay on top of stuff. I had to do some intensive research a few days before I voted to find out who the hell was running. And I'm saying, damn, these people running for these important positions and nobody knows them because they have never been out there on the ground doing anything worthwhile for the community. Well, why do you, I asked one person, I won't name the individual, but why are you running? I always wanted to be a judge. Well, why? Couldn't tell me why.
I think I know
he'd always wanted to be. Well, what do you know about this? Are you learning and experienced in the practice of the law, wise in the ways of the world? Huh? Well, let me ask you this question. Can you walk through the neighborhoods you would be judging without the police accompanying you and not getting your ass kicked?
What was his answer?
Might have been a she.
Okay. But
well, that would discount the rape factor, but actually it was several of each gender. So
I know a couple of guys, but I want to ask you this because this is not only a Memphis thing. I saw a report about how this apartment building in the Bronx, these elders were being terrorized by gangs of teenagers in the Bronx, beating up on elders in their 60s and later. And nobody's doing anything. I mean, what's going on with our young people right now?
They did not get any home training. I was talking to a woman the other day who was complaining about she couldn't find a man, but she had just got through telling me about the problem she had with her son. So I said, your son's in his 20s. What the hell do you think some other young girl is going to run into trying to deal with your son? So, well, I said, well, is it your fault because you raised him to be such a damn idiot because you over pampered and spoiled him? And I told you about it years ago, but you did it anyway because you loved him so much. Now it turns out maybe you didn't love him enough to do what you needed to do to make a man of him. And you want to bitch and holler about these boys. What about their mamas, which includes you? What did you do to present to the next generation of young women a decent man?
What was her answer? What was the reply?
She couldn't answer.
Well, she want them grandkids though, huh? Some type of way.
Yeah, well, yeah. Oh, that's true too.
Yeah.
But I ran into this thing. I'm dating again, but I just say, hey, I don't like your kids and your grandkids. It is absolutely ridiculous. I don't want to be bothered. Well, it's all about me. Well, yeah, but you have too much baggage, lady, not me.
Oh, Joe, I gotta ask you this. Just when you said that, I was thinking in my mind. I had saw a story recently about how a lot of people that go to these nursing homes and retirement and hospices are actually like relatively young black men in their 40s and 50s. Like black men not taking care of themselves, alienated from their children, messing over women in life, and they by themselves. Nobody's checking in on them. They wasting away in their 40s and 50s.
Well, it's worse than that. I'm looking at the stats. And if you include all ethnicities, black, white, brown, red, yellow in the mix, 25 and under, there are more boy virgins than there are girl virgins. So the girls are having more sex than the boys, and the girls are having sex with a very limited number of boys who figured out how to get over. And the way they figured it out just basically goes along with the gangster profile or the pimp or the simp thing. And you've got bad images on how that's done. See, they don't even they don't have boys and girls 101 A and B in the home anymore, and they don't teach it, in society. And we've got stuff like, have you seen this garbage P Valley?
Oh my God. Let me tell you, Judge, before you get started, the lead Mercedes, that's my high school and junior high classmate. And I got my opinions about all that stuff, but I know her, I had a crush on her since I was a kid. And just to see everything now in the world to see. But go ahead, give your critique of
Yeah,
P
well, I
Valley.
mean, you talking about the high bright one?
Not the high bright, but the one that was dancing for the sports coach.
Oh
She was
yeah,
doing a
yeah.
threesome.
Okay, well, she ain't bad, but
Nah,
I'd
she look
say
good for her
this:
age, right? She looked good. She aged well.
35 years ago, I was on retainer to several strip clubs, and during the 80s, I had a whole lot of hoes and pimps and simps and dancers that were my clients. They kept the rent paid, and I was on retainer to some clubs, but that's a lot more glamorous on what they present than the reality. Not that the babes didn't make money, but I mean, they weren't throwing bills up on the dance floor like they do. That's Hollywood stuff. And that they're glamorizing that garbage for the consumption of youth, and the young girls are looking at it and making it a hit show, and they're trying to get into it. The other thing is too, they got that flamer that owns the club and is the
Uncle Clifford.
manager, and he's always giving up head to the customers. And then they have this other thing that gets me about the realities. Here's something that most people don't know. The guys go in there hoping they can get laid. Now, there are some dancers who will lay some of the customers without charging them just because they got horny sitting up dancing up in there for several hours naked. But the truth of the matter is on average, out of every 100 dancers or strippers you have, 95 of them are lesbians. You got 2 or 3 of them that are bi, and 2 straight ones out of the 100. Most of the lesbians are not losing their money to some pimp or simp, but they're giving it up to their friend girls, buying drugs for them, drugs for themselves, and generally giving their money away. I used to have, even 35 years ago, I had clients that, attractive ones, they dance, and when Millington got paid, the sailors and Marines and the other folk on the 1st and the 15th, they could make $4,000 or $5,000 a night on Friday, Saturday, or whenever the 15th hit or the 1st hit, if it wasn't the weekend. So they give it away. I got some of them angry at me when I worked up a deal with them. I didn't understand why at first, except they thought I was trying to run a game on them. Not because I was holding their money up, but I was having them have a percentage of what they were getting paid given to me, and I put it in an escrow account. So I gave this one woman, she said, "You lying?" And I said, "What the hell is wrong?" And then what it was she didn't realize she brought in all that money. She was paying $39, $49, $95 a night at Motel 6 times 30, and giving away a lot of the money to her girlfriend or friends. And I wound up giving her, the account that she had, she had like $11,000 one month. So she thought I was padding this and trying to put her in a stable. I said, "No, this is what you make." I didn't make that much money. I said, "Yes, you did." And she wasn't all that heavy. She hadn't been paying attention in school. So when I laid it out for her, I had to go over it 8 or 9 times. I said, "You actually made that much money."
I bet she wanted to marry you, Judge, or be
No, she
your
thought I
bottom.
was trying to. Well, she was a lesbian, so I mean,
Was she attractive
there's a
though? Was she
lot of them.
attractive?
See, what I found the attitude was, look, I don't give a damn about this. Some fool wants to pay me money to look at it or rub all over it. I don't give a damn. I take his money, let him rub and look all he wants. So, that rubbing gets you in trouble. Vice be up in there and jack you up.
Right.
So I mean, it was a thing. But that P-Valley, Pussy Valley thing, that is a disgusting thing to be presented. And I'll tell you something else too.
Yes, sir.
If you had a movie poster at a movie now advertising an upcoming or now playing, and there was a guy standing there grabbing a handful of a gal's ass, there would be all kinds of screeches. But right now, you go to a movie theater and they have these Walt Disney posters up or whatever it is for these animations for children. And I saw 1, 2, and in the middle, there was one where one guy got a handful of another guy's ass, and that guy's got a handful of his ass. And it's an all gay thing. And I'm looking at this. I said, these young boys would catch hell if they grabbed the girl's ass. If they put up a movie where the guy's grabbing a gal's ass, getting a good handful. But look at this. What the hell is going on with this? And then why do they have the lead character in that P-Valley thing giving head to all of those male customers?
But she became the pimp at the end. She's a pimp now. She was pimping them girls.
No, I'm talking about the dude.
Oh, Uncle Clifford. But you know what? It's weird. In that whole show, there's no strong black hetero male.
Oh no, they got all
none
these
at all.
dudes, like dude with all the gold teeth was trying to come in there and play gangster.
The Little Murder, you know when the Little Murder got a
Yeah,
rapper?
Little Murder, and he wanted to suck the dude's dick. Sucked it.
You know what? You know, the Duval, the comedian, he said y'all should have a disclaimer before because people want to see strippers, and we ain't expecting all this extra stuff. Because this last season, it was a lot of that going on. It was like that agenda, that Skittles agenda was riding hard, wet and dry. I mean, but that's not the only show. There's no positive black hetero male figure in any of these so-called black shows now.
They don't have them, and they don't want them.
But
see, that disturbs the narrative. I found that out when I was out in Hollywood in 15 years. At the very bottom of this totem pole, they had straight male blacks, straight black men. And very few of the black actors you see are straight black men. The ones that are tend to stay the hell away from Hollywood, and they don't hang around with Hollywood. The only thing they go to is the studio functions.
It's like Morgan Freeman, ain't it?
Yeah, Morgan Freeman, Danny Glover, Denzel
Danny Glover,
Washington,
cool people. I like Danny. Denzel.
Samuel Jackson.
Yeah.
And what you see at these things, interestingly enough, is not all of the beautiful, glamorous Hollywood starlets. You see a bunch of homely looking girls, and they tend to be the daughters or the wives of the executives. So those functions are where you see these guys, and otherwise they stay the hell away from Hollywood because it's poison. They make a lot of money for the studio. They're in demand, so they have to give them the play. You know, a lot of their patrons are female blacks now, so they like to see them some Idris Elba and some used to be Denzel, you know, and all of the rest of them. But these brothers are getting older, and they're getting a lot of gray in hair, and they're getting wrinkles in face and developing characters. So they're trying to find new and improved chick flick matinee stars. And the ones they're bringing in are interesting because they play gay parts and straight parts. And Hollywood has this interest in getting the part identified, not by the character in the movie, but by the actor who plays the character. Like, check out, it's been going on for a long time. Check out a John Wayne movie. Can anybody tell me the characters John Wayne played by name of the characters? Is it just John Wayne? Is it Clint Eastwood other than Dirty Harry? You know, what characters did he play? All right, those spaghetti westerns. What was the name of the character he played? Nobody knows.
The man with
But
no
you
name,
see,
right? What?
like what's his name? I don't remember the guy's name, but he just
Right.
died. He played Black Panther,
Chadwick
right?
Boseman. Yeah.
Is that his name?
Yeah, Chadwick Boseman. Yeah. Been dead
Chad,
for
yeah,
2 years.
that's him. He played Black Panther. He played James Brown. He played Thurgood Marshall. He didn't look anything like Thurgood Marshall
Jackie
or James
Robinson.
Brown.
Jackie
He
Robinson.
played Jackie Robinson. It sure didn't look anything like Jackie Robinson. And if you see this movie that's on cable, Xfinity, now, often you buy it. Sometimes it's free. It's called Gods of Egypt. He also plays this flaming sissy who is the god of wisdom in that pantheon of Egyptian gods. He's with these robes and he makes many copies of himself because he's got an ego thing. So he's just a flamer. So they got this one guy that's associated with all of this. They try to make him all of the heroes, but he's a flamer. So these kids look at this thing where you can be all these things, and that blends into fluid gender.
Well, I'm not.
And it's crazy. And then you have P Valley, Pussy Valley, and the lead character, the boss, is a flamer who likes to give head to the guys. And then Murder.
Now the guy who plays Little Murder, he got a body double allegedly. That's not him with no sex scene. He's actually married with children.
Yeah, well, Little Murder likes to suck the dick on the flamer that runs P Valley, that's behind in the ring.
It's problematic because it's like Empire. I remember when Empire first came on, I enjoyed it, and then started getting too fruity booty.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Skittles. I got to turn out.
Another little secret.
Uh-huh.
All the righteous brothers in the penitentiary that I've heard all of the girls say when they're talking about folk in, and there are a few folk in there that shouldn't be in there. But they aren't Robin Hood. They weren't robbing from the rich, giving to the poor. They were robbing from the poor, spending on the wrong kind of things. And guess what? That character, Little Murder, likes to give head to that flamer. A lot of them come out the penitentiary, don't get rid of that. I mean, I've represented people over the years where you get them in their teenagers and mama would pay the fee, and they'd get over 18, they'd get some girlfriends and they'd have 3 or 4 babes paying their fees, and then they'd do some time and they come out 2 years later, and then you'd get a babe coming down there to pay a fee, and then he'd bring some money down there. And then what would happen is the girl would come in, Lord Brown, I want my money back. What's wrong? You can't get your money back. I've already signed on. I'm representative. You better go see him. What's the problem? Well, Lawyer Brown, he got 4 gay boys, 3 gay boys live in the same apartment building. He come back smelling like he been, sucking on them sticking it up his butt, and he be stealing my Kotex because his ass be bleeding.
Oh God.
You run into him, he stomp down righteous OG.
Right. Yep. You know what, Judge? It's funny. Little Murder actually did have a love interest that came out the pen, like his buddy who committed suicide this past season. That they were lovers in prison, and they continued their thing outside of prison when he joined them on his tour. So I mean, it's crazy how they could get that across, but you can't. If you could do all this stuff, you could program people to love black people. Then can you not make programs to uplift black people and the black family?
Yeah.
It's crazy.
You've heard me talk about glorification of dysfunction over the years.
Yes, sir.
See, that kind of movie is interesting because it's the first time in 55 years you've seen that kind of focus on black life. But when they started switching to black exploitation, it was interesting because what they had before that, where they had these athletes, Jim Brown, Fred the Hammer Williams, and this bunch, the characters were badasses, but they had good character, and they were men, and they took care of manly business, and they went to college. They had jobs. They were doing things, and they weren't criminals until you got that thing with Fred the Hammer Williams that I'll never
Black
forget
Caesar.
him for playing. He played that gangster in a Black Caesar.
Yes, sir.
He was drug dealer and a murderer, and he was the hero. Rode off into the sunset smoking a big Churchill cigar after he and his boys had murdered rivals in this Long Beach warehouse down on the waterfront. LAPD never showed up, which everybody that saw that movie, they said, man, where's LAPD? You know, man, they'd be vamping all over the place. What happened? Did you see that? Yeah, man, damn, they were. Why are they promoting this crime, man? We're trying to get the neighborhood straight. And they sitting up promoting that garbage. And then they came out with Superfly about 18 months later.
You know, Judge,
which
I'm
was
glad
really poison.
you brought up that because I had a chance to speak with Freeway Ricky Ross about what influenced him. He said Superfly influenced him. I talked to him on Sunday. I said, now, is it realistic at the end that he walked away from the police with his back turned? He said, hell no, it was. Nah, he said, no, it wasn't realistic. So how did they get people hooked on that, knowing that that's not real? That this drug dealer just turn his back on these corrupt cops and just walk away and not touch one hair on his pretty black head? How is that realistic?
The point is they directed it at those who weren't interested, like Foxy Brown, Pam Grier, good-looking black woman.
Yeah.
But in those movies, if you saw the stuff they showed in Europe and now they show on late night TV, Foxy Brown would get knocked down 15, 20 times in the movie. And every time she got hit, knocked down, a bare tit or both would pop out of the top, or her bare twat would show. You know, and then they got the obligatory scenes where they got 3 or 4 naked white women getting out the shower, walking around the apartment or the place naked with a towel over one shoulder, and 2 or 3 black ones. And it was just, the acting was deliberately done over the top. In other words, just poorly done.
Right.
We gotta move on the, you know, like.
You remember Truck Turner? Remember that with Isaac Hayes?
Yeah.
And Dolomite, that stuff was over the top, right? It was like over the top.
They did that on purpose.
Yeah.
They did have some people that had no knowledge of the hood. I grew up in LA. I mean, I was out there when they shot that. And they'd always invite black student union folk from all of the colleges to come. They pay you a little extra money. You can make $80, $90, $100 a day from doing it. So yeah, everybody went out there. We looked street, but since we're going to college, we weren't being thuggish unless it was out there, you know, burning up a building or something like that. You know? Not saying I did it.
I understand, but you know,
disclaim that. May have it in a book, be published posthumously, you know, about some of the adventures, which there were quite a few.
Oh, what a
life. We don't talk about that right now.
Sir.
All right, so.
Oh man, I remember like how they made the Mac. Reading about the backstory, they had to use a pimp. The Pimp brothers. One of them got assassinated allegedly with his bottom girl in his car. You know what I'm talking about? The movie The Mac.
Yeah. Oh God! Wait a minute.
The Panthers was involved in that.
Julian.
Huh? Yeah, Max Julian. He just passed away not too long ago. Yes, sir.
You see, wait a minute. We used to kick. Max Julian used to get his ass kicked all the time at junior high school, and they used to take his lunch money on a regular basis. It's funny. When I saw him playing that pimp, I said, "Oh, you got to be lying to me." Next to that fine brother, this lame fool. Oh man, come on.
It made him a legend, though. He an icon because of that.
I know, but that's Hollywood.
But you knew the guy named Ronald DeFreeze of the Symbionese Liberation Army?
Yeah, he went to John Muir Junior High School. He was a snitch. He was a snitch when he came out of elementary school. Ronald DeFreeze was known as Cinque.
Okay.
There was a brother that I went to junior high school with, wound up going to UCLA with. He graduated from UCLA Law School too, year ahead of me, because I had some other things to deal with at one point. And he wound up getting hired in the state attorney general's office. So I was in Nashville and we were on the phone. He said, Joe, guess who I just got through talking to? No, this was the second time it came up. Guess who I just saw? I said, who? Ronald DeFreeze. I said, punk? I said, yeah, man. He can't guess where he was. I said, what? He was coming out of A.L.L Younger's office. Now, who was A.L.L Younger? The attorney general for the state of California, who had been L.A. County's district attorney. I said, are you sure? A couple of weeks later, I talked to him. He said, hey, man, I know it was DeFreeze because I went up and spoke to him, mentioned John Muir, and he started talking about that. I said, yeah, that was Cinque.
Wow.
Now, he said, man, what's going on here is that they got some rich gal they're trying to get jacked because she got a weak mind and they want to make something out of it. And right after that, that's when Patty Hearst got kidnapped. Now, it was just a shame the way that crap went down. And I find it very interesting. There's also a book called The Glass House Tapes, written by Louis Tackwood.
Yes, sir. I
got you can get a copy of the book for $1,500 on Amazon paperback.
I found a PDF. I found a PDF on Internet Archive. Luckily, I've downloaded it.
Yeah, I have a copy.
I don't got $1,500 like that.
Glass House Part 2. And in that,
okay. You said it's a Part 2, Judge?
Yeah, it's Part 2. They covered that heavily in Playboy magazine. They featured excerpts for 3 full months on that. Okay. And Louis Tackwood, I thought he was a medic. Okay, because he hung around the movement and he was always treating injuries that people suffered. And I was in law school. I am on this thing where they suggested we go watch murder trials if you weren't interested in criminal law. So I'm down there watching a murder trial. They called Louis Tackwood. He got on the witness stand. I said, this dude a snitch? It was much worse than that. They introduced him as Lieutenant Tackwood in charge of the SIS Deep Cover Unit. Wow. Damn. But he didn't tell on everybody. I mean, he was there for some stuff. So he laid this out about Angela Davis being set up and him being the one that made the arrangements with the LAPD burglary squad to break in her home and steal those guns and give it to that little young 15-year-old fool that everybody knew had psych problems because something was wrong with his head.
George Jackson's brother?
Yeah. Okay. And the point was, as he told the brother, look, man, he says it in his book. He said, I told the brother that everything was depending on him. The little boy didn't know what was going on, but that was a setup. So I loaded the guns up in the car. He says that, and gave him the keys. And he went on in and busted off in the courtroom. We knew he was fool enough to do it. And the Soledad brothers didn't know anything about it, until it was going down. So the reason for that was Ronald Reagan had been talking about all of the communists who infiltrated the University of California. So the LA Times challenged him to find one. So he came up with Angela Davis. And I knew her. She was a friend of mine. Used to date somebody I knew. And that's before she turned the other way. But anyway, what happened was they said, oh, surely this young black woman who is a scholar, she is a dangerous communist. because she belonged to the Che La Mumba Club when she was 18 years old and first got to college? Oh, really? Yeah, sure, she's a dangerous threat. So DeFreeze in his book talks about how he was trying to back that up along with A.L.L Younger and Ronald Reagan. And that's why they set her up with that screwed up burglary. And it's also why she got acquitted, but it made good press for them. This dangerous communist who's at the University of California teaching the students, you know, blah, 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 blah. This is what's all about. So he talks about how it was a setup. They had a guy with the Panther Party named Captain Franco Diggs.
Okay.
And he wasn't really down with the revolution because he couldn't get rid of some of the habits he had when he was with the gang known as the Slawsons back in the mid 60s, early 60s. He went to the penitentiary, came out. So DeFreeze talks about, not DeFreeze, Ronald DeFreeze talks, he talks about how he set the guy up. They put him in a cell next to some gangsters that they were interested in. So he was talking to them about son of a bitch set me up, thinked on me, blah, 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 blah. And he was laying down some stuff that he heard. You know, Franco told me this, blah, blah, blah. And he said they were looking at each other. And as soon as we let them go, they were out in 2 days, hadn't been out more than 2 days where they killed Captain Franco Diggs. See, back in L.A. up until 65, when they had that uprising, they had the Slawsons, Dell Vikings, Businessmen, Bobtown, De La Soul, etc. as black gangs.
Okay.
Well, a lot of those young brothers went to the penitentiary, and when they got out, Panther movement was going on, Black Student Union thing was going on, and a lot of folk were getting into college because there was no tuition. It was free back then. You needed money to live off of, but you didn't have to pay anything for college. You had to buy your books, but hell, they were $2.95 a piece instead of $295. So it was a different kind of environment because human infrastructure was important in those days. They don't give a damn about it now. Let me show you something. Speaking of that, this is a topic that I have to touch on. Hold on, let me get it.
Okay. Yeah, Louis Tackwood book, The Glass House Tapes. Let's go. I think I talked about before on the show. Is the PDF file is located on the Internet Archives. Let's type in Glass House Tapes, Internet Archive. It should pop up, and you can just download it like that. I'm not gonna pay no $1,500 for a book, but there's a reason why it costs $1,500 that is not readily accessible, but you can't get around it.
Okay, this is what I'm talking about. It's detailed, a slow read, and it's about the student loan payback. Well, first off, the real beneficiaries are not the students. It's a money transfer thing that the students provide an excuse to carry out. These financial institutions that extend the loans have a guarantee from the feds for the most part. Federally insured student loans. But there are a lot of them that are private loans where there's no guarantee. So what happens with what they come up with is they extend that guarantee. So these financial institutions no longer have to spend all of the attorney fees that they spend, have the collection departments and so forth. They can abandon all of that inconvenience, and the feds will pay them what they loaned out with interest in full rather than settling with them for less on the dollar than it looks on paper.
Okay.
Now, here's the other thing. The cutoff is at $125,000 per individual or $250,000 for a family, 2 people. Anywhere else in the world, if you have a 4-year college degree, you can pretty much guarantee being over that level. So you're wouldn't even apply to you, because guess what? Most guys don't know this, especially black ones. But $125,000 is middle class. Anything under that is classified as lower middle class. And if you ain't making $125K 4 years out of college, then you ain't making middle class on anybody's scale. Oh man, you wrong, Judge. Me and my lady, we got 135,000. How much you bring in? 24? No, man, you simping, fool.
Well, Judge, you said,
but you see, what happens is a lot of these loans were extended under Pell Grant situations, which means the parents made a sufficiently low amount, since under federal regulations they consider your parents' income until you get 25 if you're a full-time student. So if you're over 21 and your parents make too much money, then you don't qualify for the Pell Grants. But assuming you did, what is being said is that if you qualify for this loan relief, that means you aren't doing as well as your parents were. You aren't doing what you're supposed to do as middle class. And even if they take care of your loan, you aren't getting as much help as the financial institution is, because the government is paying the interest to the financial institution that you never got benefit of. See, you borrow $10,000 with the interest rate that they've got on it, and the time you borrow $10,000, but $10,000 is getting paid back plus interest, so they're getting 16,000 paid back. They're making a lot of money on the deal.
Right.
So that is more in their benefit than yours. The other thing is, you got your loan taken care of, but brother, sister, where the hell are you gonna work commensurate with the education that you supposedly got?
Right.
You see. Now, that's the problem. They are not dealing with that in America, and part of it is the escalating obsolescence of the workforce in the face of computerization and industrial technology. So what used to require high school education, now you got to have 2-3 years of college to get. What used to be junior college, now you got to have a 4-year degree working on a master's, because they're knocking it so it's going down, 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 and that's squeezing people out, which is why we have such a problem with the criminal justice system, because that system's being used to store that surplus so they don't raise hell.
Well, Judge, let me ask you this. Why we keep on bringing immigrants over here if we're not training folks to do the job?
Because I'm not, you're not.
Right.
Is Steve Cohen here in Memphis against it? No, he's for it. So who the hell does he represent?
I know FedEx bring a lot of Indians from India over here.
Yeah, I know that.
Yeah.
But you see, Indians have almost 1 billion people in India, if not more, and they're highly educated, and English is their native language. So why not bring the Indians in? You can get well-educated people for cheap, which is on the level of what these people that look like us ought to be making after incurring these loans to get a 4-year degree. But there's another one right now. And if anybody is listening to me, nobody from Memphis is taking advantage of this, because this Ford electric car company is moving or going to be building in Mason. Right. They have a program that they're jointly funding with the U.S. government and the state of Tennessee to train high school graduates in STEM, science, technology, engineering, and math, that would be useful in making electric cars. They'll be training them through UT Knoxville. Have you heard anybody trying to recruit anybody from Memphis? No. And our dipshits that are representing us, those same people that don't do what they're supposed to do, they aren't even looking into it. They're sleeping on it. And all of these fellowships, scholarships and grants are going to students all over the state, but not Memphis.
But you got folks graduate from high school in Memphis that can't read. They functional illiterate.
Yeah, I know, but I mean, I talked to a young kid. He was a waiter, good waiter too,
Yeah.
and he was into STEM. And I looked at what he had done, and I said, "Congratulations, son, you're doing well." And that was good. But he was surprised when I gave him the details on what was going on. He said, "I'm going to look into that because I'm
Right.
trying to go further." What the hell? Nobody's mentioned this. So there are these things you see that we just get left out of because our representatives don't represent us. Again, let's go back to Congressman Cohen, 9th District. The district
Right.
is 92% black. Now, his showpiece item of legislation in the, what is it, 16 years he's been in there, consists of a binding resolution mandating that the congressional cafeteria use paper, not plastic straws. So what the hell do we get out of that? Nothing.
Right.
So how are the interests of the Memphis community being protected or advanced? That's the same way across the country. Too many of these people that you get elected don't do anything locally. Maxine Waters makes a big mouth thing going on. You go through her district, and hell, there crack pipes broken in the gutter and trash all over the place, and you got to step lightly and walk out in the gutter because you don't want to step on a hypodermic needle that somebody has left on the sidewalk. They have all these homeless, and she made a hell of a stupid move. It hit the net. She was telling the homeless, "You need to stop embarrassing me and go home." Somebody said, "Fool woman, why the hell you think we out here? There ain't no home to go to."
Hey, funny, but yeah. I had a run it with Maxine back. It's interesting. She's a character to say that.
Well,
You know,
yeah,
like,
I remember
yeah.
when she got elected to office the first time. She's kind of hot then. It's been a long time ago. We all got invited to this pool party up in Bel Air, way outside our district, where some people were going to help her raise funds. So everybody goes there after work, after school, right? There were some kids in a swimming pool. Only adult in there with a swimsuit was her with a little white string bikini she kept popping out of, walking around flashing all that flesh. So, I mean,
Yeah, that's
bimbo.
yeah. But also, speaking of like the school system, like, we recently had the resignation of Superintendent George Ray from the Shelby County Schools, I guess district. I mean, he was it's like he was running a harem up at the Board of Education, and like not only were they screwing each other, but they were screwing over the children. That's what it sounds like, anyway.
Yeah, and that's like somebody that was a former General Sessions Court clerk. He said, "Everybody else been doing it. The pussy belongs to me." He knocked up his secretary. He knocked up his mistress he employed. He locked up a file clerk that was employed there. He knocked up an intern and knocked up his new wife, who was the daughter of one of his college roommates, who asked him to protect the girl while he was there. But
What?
apparently, whatever. She went kind of crazy, they say. And it got to be a real scandal. So then somebody was in there recently, not anymore. He had all kinds of problems, and he said it all belonged to him. Like, dude, where you been?
What's wrong with these people? Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. Sometimes I go down to City Hall or the government, city government, and it be some fine women up there. You gotta have some self-control. You gotta have some
Oh,
discipline.
yeah. And it's not like it used to be 35, 40 years ago. The girls would flirt and carry on and everything else.
Right.
Now the only people that are doing that are
And speaking of Memphis, I gotta talk to you because the Wonder Halbert, her situation with they talking about they costing the county $4 million worth of taxes. Well, she actually running, and people are not getting their license plates tags on time.
Yeah, well, that ain't her fault. Let me tell you what's
tell us
going
about it.
on.
They criticize her for taking a vacation to Jamaica.
No, but she had to. They stressed her out. You know what the problem was?
What?
Our mayor, Harris, for the county, and the state controller, the same one that is running this con game on the people up at Mason,
Right.
Without authority, they were going in every night and invading the clerk's bank account and taking the money and commingling it in a general fund that they were using to leverage out some stuff Ford wanted to do. Now, that's illegal because some of the money in there was earmarked by the feds for that clerk's office. So it's illegal and a violation of federal law, and it carries jail time to commingle it, which they did, but they were doing it every night. So she didn't know what the hell was going on. And she only recently discovered this just before the election. Now, that would subject the mayor of Shelby County and the comptroller to federal penitentiary time.
Wow.
And they tried to make it go away by getting her defeated. And look at her, she's not getting the car tags out and everybody's behind. That's because her budget was disappearing every night. In other words, what the hell is this? Where'd all the money go? We just made the deposits yesterday and they're gone 24 hours later, 48 hours later. How do we operate? The lame excuse, well, your predecessor allowed us to do it. Well, great. But that's not the law. And they didn't tell her.
No, I voted for Wanda too. And I met her a couple, I interacted with her. She's actually a decent person.
She is.
Why she's not coming forward with the information you just told me?
She's scared.
She did it yesterday.
People, but this is the thing. Remember the state comptroller, what he's doing with Mason, Tennessee.
Yeah, he's like a super villain. He's like Lex Luthor.
Yeah. And what about Van Turner with his hookup through Mason when he comes in as NAACP chairman and they concede this lawsuit they claim with the mayor, who is a physician who allegedly has all of these DUIs and
I know
no
experience. He was a decent brother. I know he was a physician though. He's a doctor.
Yeah, he's a physician. He has no experience in governance. And they got him because they were accusing others of corruption. Good for getting rid of the corruption, but he doesn't know government. Right. So they conceded a lawsuit they probably would have won in return for they get to pick up the tab for the money that the crook stole from them. See, so you got Van Turner implicated in this. You have Harris, the county mayor, implicated in this. And you got the state comptroller implicated in this. And then the governor of the state of Tennessee has a controlling interest in a firm that has got the contract with Ford Motor Company to supply most of the parts for the battery. The mayor of Tipton County bought 550 acres halfway between the Ford factory, 12 and a half miles outside of Mason, to deal with turning this into a town of 120 to 150,000 people in 4 or 5 years, from a town of 5,200 that is basically rural and agricultural. Yeah. See, I mean, there's a lot of money to be made. And somebody put something down here about metro government.
Yeah, he's a brother from Memphis. He want to work on your campaign, Judge.
Well, bottom line is I don't think they need to be serious about that, because if you get metro government, what you're going to get is a county mayor situation where the county mayor can't do crap anyway because he really doesn't have much power. It's basically figurehead stuff, administrative, whereas the city mayor actually has power. And the city constitutes about 78% of the population and most of the money coming into Shelby County. Now, turn Memphis into a metro area, I don't think that's the move, because we have to put Memphis on a firm foundation, bring in industry. We have to take the police department and convert it from the structure it has now to one that matches the Pentagon, where it's not ineffective civilian oversight, it's civilian management and control. You have a civilian secretary of defense, a civilian secretary of the Army, Navy, Air Force, etc. We need a civilian director with ultimate authority over the police. The chief should just be an administrator, not a policy setter. We should have sub-directors over homicide, uniform patrol, traffic, sex crimes, property crime, burglaries, this kind of thing, juvenile matters, so the citizens run the place. See, we can take this and control it. We can use the mayor's office to set up an urban community militia where, like I said just a few minutes ago, we can take first responders who are retired veterans and good citizens and turn them into a patrol to take the streets back and make them safe. You know, we can do a lot of things. We can use the same technology that they use for tidal generation of electricity, where they take these tides that go in and out with silt and sand. Mm-hmm. And instead of it going back and forth with the tides, which are variable because the tides depend upon the state of the moon and the time of the year, we have this steady Mississippi River flow, which is pretty constant. We've got 8,000 tons of silt per hour that come through there, but that's not much different than what you get in an ocean current, where they do have these tidal generators of electricity. It's just instead of going back and forth, it goes one way. Mm-hmm. So you use the same technology and you use sequential generators, not one, but a bunch. And we can generate power. There'd probably be some pushback, but we could sell the energy from New Orleans all the way up to Louisville, to Chicago, Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, North Carolina, Arkansas, Kentucky, Oklahoma, you know, and it's like, we need to take this back. Then there's this barge trafficking. They've got a big thing around the world where they load barges up on the canals and rivers in Europe, float them down to the Mediterranean, float them into barge transports, raise the rear hatches, drain the things dry, bring them across the Atlantic or back through the Mediterranean and through the Suez Canal into Asia. We could get more of that traffic, and the city doesn't try to encourage it. In fact, resist efforts to get in here. They drop the rear hatches on these things that look like streamlined oil tankers down in New Orleans. Mm-hmm. They get tows. They come up to Mississippi to Memphis. Takes about 30 days. They get to President's Island, which has the world's largest barge unloading facility. We could bring all of that in here and put it in the transportation net, since Memphis is the distribution capital of North America, Canada, U.S., Mexico, you name it. Mm-hmm. And meanwhile, stuff produced by the Ford Motor Company's electric car division, which will be up here in Mason, and Cadillac has one in West Tennessee too, and Beretta opened up a new facility in West Tennessee, which Memphis made no effort to get. And you put that on the barges, send them back down. The barges are loaded on ocean-going barge transports, which generally are empty going the other way back. They get to the Mediterranean, ship those goods up into Europe, or keep going through the Mediterranean, transit to Suez Canal, and you get into Asia. And it's much cheaper and shorter going that way than it is going across country by rail, getting to the port of Los Angeles and shipping it from Los Angeles all the way across the Pacific Ocean to Japan, or coming back the other way. See, it's about a third of the distance to ship the cars from Japan through the Suez Canal on the loaded barge transports and getting them over to New Orleans, drop the hatch, bring this stuff up to Memphis. They're 4.6 miles from the center of the population transportation hub. So, I mean, we can make that. See, where you have energy, which we would have, you can have industry. If you examine American history, world history, the industry always goes where the energy is, whether it's located on a waterway, on a river, or a canal in Europe, which is why the barge transport thing is so important. Or it's where you have coal or oil.
All right.
And if you've got the electricity, in this case, in an unlimited fashion at very low price, hell, look what you can do about bringing industry in. So we start talking about 92.18 or 126 an hour instead of 15 minimum wage. You start bringing in education, and this becomes one of the largest cities in America rather than a medium-sized city. And of course, that would make some of the big fish here kind of small in a very big pond that it would become. And there is pushback on that because there is an unfortunate and negative habit here in Memphis of turning governance into a way of getting wealthy. I mean, it doesn't pay enough to get wealthy. So how are people getting wealthy?
Well, I'll be honest with you, Judge. We need somebody like you in office with this type of vision. And truth be told, women mayors can't get it done. I look at Baltimore. You can't name me one great woman mayor in the history of this country. None of a big city. I can't think of one. I can think of several great black men mayors, but not one black woman mayor that did anything to really progress a city like what you're talking about. And we really need folks that's willing to fight, you know, in more ways than one to get this done, because there's going to be a lot of pushback for that. But it's time for that, because Memphis 60 years ago was on the same level as Atlanta, Dallas, and Nashville. And now all those cities have left us behind. Nashville is known as the Athens of the South because it's educational and research institutions. But Memphis is a plantation town that want to dumb down the populace, make us smart enough to throw boxes around and work temp jobs. This
there you go. And we give away a lot.
Yeah.
320, 350, 400 million a year. And the citizens get nothing out of it. No. Meanwhile, we dummy down the population. We have the citizens in North Memphis exposed to hazardous waste when they dump the burnt coal there. What the hell is going on? And see, another thing. I inherited some property from my grandmama. And, you know, they had a house on there and they've been trying to take the house. And, well, you know, like, what we going to do? I want to tear it down and grow some crops on, you know, so we can be self-sustaining. No, man, you don't want to go do some middle Stone Age subsistence farming. Man, use the property for something. We need to get loans, man. We need to set up businesses. If nothing else, the city of Memphis needs to be in the business of leasing those kinds of properties and putting solar electric panels on them, multi-tiered, multi-layered, to start generating panels to do something about this fiasco with MLG&W, which is ridiculous.
You paying mortgages. People paying mortgages for light bills. Yes. I mean, I know people pay like $1,000, $900 to keep their stuff.
We can do all kinds of things with that if anybody had a damn imagination.
Right.
I mean, don't these people ever think?
They think about themselves.
I mean, commercial appeal, you know that crap they did in amongst the city employees. Well, we have an upcoming mayor's race. This was 2 months ago. Damn, you're interested in a mayor's race a year and a half out, and there's another pending election cycle, and you worried about the mayor? No, they heard I was interested. That's what all that crap was about putting it on the ballot, is a late add-on about extending term limits so Strickland could stay in there one more time with his incompetent, worthless, useless, well, I already said that, corruption, and the city council could stay on. Oh, hell no. We need somebody in there that can think, who is not trying to use the position to get money. I don't need any damn more money. Hell, I got enough as it is. But bottom line is the rest of the people need some money.
That's right.
You know, they need somebody that represents them. They need to take their city back, take our city back. You know, you getting old enough to start having children, son. So the bottom line is, do you want your kids to be figuring out for the next 25 years how the hell to get the hell out of Memphis as quick as they can. Now you want them to stay.
I need to be figuring it out now, Judge. I need to figure that out
Yeah.
now for me.
Yeah. I mean, it's got a lot going for it, and nobody wants to put it to use. But you've got all kinds of stuff. Club Paradise down there. Seats. The fire department allotment is 5,000 people up in there. That's the biggest club in the United States. And it's historic, and nobody's doing anything about it. And right next door is 40 acres of grass field, just well manicured. Somebody is leasing it from the city for $1 a year, 40 acres, not per acre, $40, $1 for 40 acres every year. The city cuts it, waters it, maintains it, because one day he may put some warehouses there, or you may sublease the damn thing to somebody and make a fortune out of it. And if they do, the city council members, probably the ones who voted for the variance and for the scram deal, will be getting a little bit of extra ducats.
Wow.
Look at this crap. We talked about it with Nathan Bedford and Jeff Davis.
Yep.
How the hell do you acquire that huge park down there on Union for $2,500, or right there on the bluff with Nathan for $2,500, where you on the city county commission, and you introduce a private binding resolution to sell it to a company that you incorporated, so you don't have to pay but $2,500 for it, and there's no bid. How much is that worth on the commercial market? Why has a certain other county commissioner's half brother been paid what you and I talked about, all that money per month, until those statues finally went to a Johnny Reb museum?
Yep.
See, it's a ripoff.
But it's people that look like us that's doing it, though.
With that?
But judges, people that look like us that's doing it, though. They look like us.
Exactly. Skin ain't kin.
Right.
And the other thing is, woo-wee whoopee. Ain't nobody middle class getting crap in this city, except broken and busted up cars from streets that are not under repair, having to look at trash all over the place. And you can't tell me that a damn criminal court judge can't do what I did. Look, you're on probation, son. You have community service. Captain, you're over this precinct. Don't you find that you have some areas need cleaning up? Tell the probation department where they are, so I can order some of these folk over there to clean it up.
That's right. See, that was Kamala Harris was doing as the top cop in California, letting people stay in prison so they could take out forest fires.
But I'm not talking about people in prison. I'm talking about those who are on probation. Community service. They just sit there on a bench at the precinct doing nothing. I used to have them at the very least saving money, washing squad cars or cleaning up hot spots that needed cleaning up.
Right.
You know, and I'd go out there with them, clean that up. I ain't clean. Look, okay, fine. You got a jail cell looking at you. You the judge, ain't you? Yeah, I didn't recognize you without that robe on. Well, I don't have the bat cape on. So get your ass over there and clean that up. I tell you what, you can be pushing the broom as a trustee if you make it that far. But I'm going to revoke your probation bond, and we're going to have your ass in there 60 days while I figure out what to do with you, and that's free time. Now, you want it that way? No. Well, then clean up. You live here, too. This is your neighborhood. If I'm not mistaken, remembering where you live just 3 blocks away.
Yeah, take pride, take ownership of your neighborhood and your community. Yeah, some self-pride.
I mean, and see, like, what is this where people can't even have a function without somebody breaking in? Wow. You know, what is this? My niece, she has a business cleaning up banks and office buildings and a few homes she chooses to do. She got employees, so she decided to buy into the hood and get a place to set up for a business and a storage facility. She broke her foot. She couldn't get down there every day. And the neighbors tell her, well, we was looking when some folk broke off in there. We didn't want to say nothing, create no problem. What the hell's wrong with you?
Right.
And then they trashed the place, stole hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of supplies, and went through, tore the walls, sheetrock off to strip out the piping and the
Jesus.
wiring and everything. It's like, man, what the hell? That's why your neighborhood looks so effed up. Nobody wants to build in here. Oh, what they mad about? It wasn't nothing but shoplifting. Yeah, but these people have to make a living off of this. And
Right.
they can't make a living if they're losing everything to pilferage, shoplifting. You had 11 Kroger's close up. We got a food desert because people got to shoplifting. I know somebody was a manager at a Kroger said, Judge, what the hell am I supposed to do? We just arrested this woman. She was trying to rip off almost $500 worth of merchandise. And
Wow.
this is the 9th time we've arrested her, and all 8 previous cases are still pending.
I mean,
ain't nothing but no shoplifting. See, they need to treat us better. Where we supposed to buy food? Well, if you're supposed to buy food near where you live, then make sure that you don't run them out of business.
it's like somebody was telling me, Judge, where I told her that my car got almost broken into, and my other neighbors got their cars broken into. He said, what you doing? Like, you think it's right for y'all to be flaunting nice things and these people's faces have been screwed over by the system? I said, these folks are good people. Some of these folks try to help folks and advocate for folks that have been screwed over by the system, and yet you screwing them over.
Mind of a broke, flat broke, poverty-stricken somebody. That mindset needs to be said. What you got a brand new car. Right. Yeah, you deserve that. You ain't got no business with all these folk. Can't even pay for a car. No, what the hell?
Ain't my fault, but yeah. It's crazy.
I remember some of these knuckleheads. Well, I'm too old. Most of them dead now. One time I can remember some of these knuckleheads. I said, man, you better pay attention. I ain't got no time for teach, man.
Mm-hmm.
We were saying that back in the 50s, man. You better pay attention to those magic books. Man, I ain't got no time for that. You're going to wind up in the penitentiary, fool. That's been going on. That was back when I was in junior high school in the 50s. Hell.
Yeah, it's like it's on steroids now. I said these people got no pause for the cause. They don't respect anything or anyone, let alone themselves. And it's a damn. I used to defend Memphis. I said Memphis is not as bad as they make it on the news. And then some stuff been happening lately. I know people that been affected by it. Like I knew the daughter of Reverend Artur Eason Williams, who got shot in a carjacking in front of her home, and she was a great ambassador for Memphis. She's a advocate for the young people to have second chances, and she got killed by some teenagers. I mean, I went to her wake. I couldn't even recognize her face. She had trauma. They probably shot her in the face.
Yeah, I know that's wicked. See, people are trying to help them and want to take out. That's why, what we need is some good citizens who are armed and some backup in the DA's office. Instead of having the DA in there trying to work mischief and corruption, have one in there that's interested in public peace. And a mayor's office that doesn't mind defending the occasional case where somebody gets blown away. And the neighbors who live there saying, thank God, we're rid of him. But you're seeing in all the rest of them that don't live there, they start talking about, oh man, they killed another innocent brother. Well, ask the neighbors.
Yeah.
I hate to say that, but people don't go work hard and come out and their cars are ripped off. The property's gone, come home from work and all your stuff is missing because somebody broke in or somebody vandalizes your stuff. That provokes a lot of negative things with human nature. When somebody does that, people sit there with all the windows wide open,
right,
doors open with stuff in their lap, ready to draw down on somebody, hoping to entice the fools back in. They never seem to show back up, but That's a fantasy a lot of people have had. Somebody broke in my Porsche. I had
Oh,
to
really?
spend $1,400 for a window
You
to
said
get put in.
1,400. You spent a
Yeah,
mortgage on a window.
1,400.
1,500.
Yeah, with
It's
tax.
like rent for like a couple of rent payments for
Yeah,
some.
well, they came out and did it at my place, so I had to rent a vehicle, but it was a pain in the ass. I didn't like that.
How long ago was that, Judge? How recent was that?
This year,
Man, it just pisses me off how much of an inconvenience it can be. Like I believe I believe in humanity, but I believe if you are engaged in something unlawful and unethical, and somebody pull out a gun, 'cause I tell people, say you can shoot a warning shot. I said, no, when you pull out a gun, you best be willing
you
to
can't
use
fire a
it.
warning shot.
Right? You
That'll
can't.
get you in jail.
Right, but if you're gonna
Don't
pull it out, you better be
don't
willing
pull
to
your
use it.
gun unless you
Right.
have a right to kill
Right, you're
somebody.
gonna have to
Don't
be willing to
try to
kill that
wound
person.
them, kill them. Because if you try to wound them, all they'll
No,
do is get angry and kill you. The other
right.
thing, why the police shoot so many times? Well, it's not the movies. People don't get shot thumping. Give you an example. We had a murder case in my courtroom, and it was all recorded by accident on video.
Okay.
Some people it was over the break, and people were looking at one of the bowl games. So everybody was showing everybody their hardware. Well,
Yeah.
most of them had revolvers, and it's been some years ago. And this one guy had bought, it was AMT made it. It was one of the first stainless 1911s you could get, 45 ACP. He had gotten a box of Federal 230 grain Hydra-Shock, which was one of the more effective rounds in 45 in terms of performance on the street. So on the video, you see everybody emptying the chambers on their Smith Model 19s or Model 66 357s. They're cleared. He takes his 45. He's talking about he's been in the military, and what he does is he racks the slide back, lets it go forward. I said, uh-oh. And then he drops the magazine. So he's got a cocked hammer and a live round in the chamber. He thinks it's unloaded. So these guys out there playing basketball, they said, hey, man, you got to clear that gun. Oh, man, I know what I'm doing. It's cleared, man. Dude said, you sure? He said, yeah, man, I racked the slide back. He recites what you just saw and dropped the magazine. Supposed to drop the magazine first, then rack the slide back to eject whatever round is in the chamber, if there's one. So what he does do, say, oh, man, you're making me nervous, man. You need to do something. So, yeah, man, I'll show you, man. Let me drop the hammer. Boom. And you can see this guy's got on a gray sweater. And then there's just a small little hole right in the center of his chest that starts growing with the blood. And he gets up and he walks. He's not down. He's standing up. Shot right in the center of the chest with a 45. He walks 8 yards over and sits on this motorcycle. We timed it with a stopwatch. And for 10 seconds, he's talking, saying, man, what the hell did you do, man? You done killed me, fool. What am I going to do, man, about my wife and my children? Who going to take care of them? Man, you reckless idiot, man. You done blown me away. You done effed me up, man. And he walks over and sits on the seat. And about 10 seconds into the stopwatch we got on this, he said, man, I can't see shit, man. I can't see shit, man. And he slides off in 15 seconds off the seat. So Usain Bolt can run, more than 100 meters in 10 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
And this guy is walking ambulatory for 10 seconds. Now, what does the autopsy report show? Bullet hit him right in the center of his chest and wrecked all 4 chambers of his heart. He had no more functional heart. Mm-hmm. So for 10 seconds, he can move and he's talking. At 10 seconds, as per physiology, he starts losing vision, blacks out, and at 15 seconds, he faints, never to wake up again. See, most humans, when the blood pressure drops to 0, depending upon how oxygenated their system is, And especially if they've got adrenaline flowing, and this guy didn't even have any, they can be ambulatory for up to 10 seconds unless you take a brain shot or a spine shot.
Mm-hmm.
So he could have gunned somebody down very effectively in 10 seconds. Had another murder trial, and they found him guilty of criminally negligent homicide, which is all they were supposed to deal with. But the jackass DA they had said 28 years ago when they were in high school, they had a fist fight. So even though they'd been working together for 17 years after they both got out to service, this must have been related to all these decades ago. It was a murder case. No, criminally negligent homicide. Okay, got another one. This guy ran a Circle K. He was a manager.
Mm-hmm.
All right. This dude who was a psycho kept coming in there and trashing the place. So one day they have it all on video cam. The company took the video recordation of the crucial moments, so we didn't get to see that until they just showed up the second day of trial saying, oh, what's going on? Well, oh my God, you got the missing tape? Okay, so I let them show it. The state wanted to raise hell. Their theory is that this psycho goes in there, trashes the place, threatens the guy, comes back, and they admit that the guy had a gun, and the manager shoots him. Then they say the manager goes over and shoots him in the head with his gun, meaning the bad guy's gun, after he's wounded, takes the bad guy's gun, shoots him in the head twice, and kills him. So that's murder.
Okay.
Well, what happened was when we finally got the tape, this is what happened. He says, I'm going to kill you, fool. I got my shit with me, man. And he goes to snatch it out. And the store manager said, boom, shoots him right in the chest once. Bam, this man, damn. He's talking to himself. Fool, you done got your dumb ass killed, fool. Somebody done shot you acting a fool, man. And he goes over and crashes into this set of shelves and knocks all these cans off. And he pulls the pistol out, puts it to his own head, and goes, bam. Dude comes back, oh, man, you can't even kill your own fool self. And shoots himself in the head the second time, bam, and then kills himself. So this dude shot himself once in the head with a 38 right here. And he's able to pick the gun up and shoot himself again. So until that tape came in, this dude was having a hard time trying to explain away how this guy got shot in the head twice. Because everybody knows you shoot somebody in the head, they're done. You know, but here he is on the video. So, I mean, this is to the point why when you shoot somebody, you sure enough better not be half-stepping, because even if you kill the person, they may not know it or feel it and might not die until they've killed you too. Now, when professionals do this thing, they got this drill. Hey, man, you see anything? No, man, you look like you clean. Why did they look at it? Sometimes in the heat of things going on, people get shot, badly wounded, and don't even know it.
Well, I gotta ask you about the police though, like that case in Akron, Ohio, where they shot the guy out about 90 times. The brother is running away, or even down in Atlanta where they refused to bring charges against the man that killed at the Wendy's who fell asleep in the drive-thru.
Yeah, and he pulls the gun on everybody after going what he does. So you kind of ask for that.
I'm talking about the guy at the Wendy's though. We're talking about the guy in Ohio. He pulled a gun out allegedly.
Yeah,
you talking about?
Yeah, you know.
He was running away though, Judge.
Yeah, but the point is this. The police are there to protect somebody. Now, let's suppose that this guy who has demonstrated hostile intent runs away and kills somebody 2 blocks away, which has happened. What do you think's going to go down?
Yeah, you can't win. You can't. It's like
you're between a rock and a hard place. Now, again, this is why I told you one reason why people shoot so much. Because when you shoot somebody with a pistol, You may have killed him, but he ain't gonna die right off before
Right.
he kills you. A lot of times when they shoot somebody, you debrief somebody for doing that, military or otherwise. They've killed this guy and they didn't even know they shot him because he didn't show any reaction. See, stabbing. If you got a pro, one thrust, fatal injury, wound, the guy's gonna die eventually. No muss, no fuss, not a whole lot of blood on the sidewalk.
Yes.
Amateurs, they stab because unlike in the movies, they throw the knife and it sticks the guy in the chest and goes and falls over. Well, in reality, they stab the guy. He doesn't show any reaction. To him, he just got hit like that. What the hell? You hit me. What's wrong with this Superman? I just stabbed this dude. Ain't nothing happened. Stab him again. Ain't nothing happened. Stab again. So you get a victim stabbed 15, 25, 30 times because the mechanism of death is hemorrhage that reduces the blood pressure to zero, which causes the person to faint. Or in the long term, he's not going to stop doing what he's doing until the blood pressure drops to zero. So the more holes he puts in the circulatory system, the quicker this process happens. So your typical amateur stabs somebody 15, 20, 25 times because he's going, shit, what happened? I just did what I saw in the movies and this dude ain't even reacting.
Right.
I've seen people standing 4, 5, 10 yards away on multiple occasions get stabbed to death. And they managed to get blocks away before it even started having an effect on them. Now,
that's interesting.
So, I mean, people are pretty tough animals. They aren't, that Hollywood contriviance been going on for 100 years. People don't die like that. See, I mean, sometimes, yeah, if you hit them in the right place, shot, but most pistol bullets aren't that powerful. AR-15 assault rifle. No, it's not an assault rifle. It's a machine gun. It's a 22 caliber rifle. In Tennessee, it's only legal to shoot varmints with squirrels, gophers, stuff like that. The military has even recently upgraded to a bigger caliber because they say something's got to be done about stopping power. It's great for folk to get hit, keep their heads down because you don't want to get hit and killed and die 4 or 5 days later. And by the way, the military is not interested in killing you. They want to wound you. Why? Because if you wound somebody, that ties up 8 to 10 of the enemy to take care of the wounded man. If you kill him, you can leave the body out there on the battlefield to rot. Nobody cares. But you see, so bottom line is in the military, vets come back complaining about they had to pop somebody 4 or 5 times before they showed a result. Bam, 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 bam. And most of the time they use it semi-auto. And see, with M16A1, for a long time, they put a little metal fitting under the pistol grip, and it kept the selector from being pushed all the way to full auto because they didn't want them to waste ammo. So it's semi-auto, pop, 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 pop. But they've been doing that for a long time. That ain't nothing new. So all of this mythology, if somebody really wanted to take out of school, what he'd do is get him an old 12 gauge pump, cut the barrel down to 18 inches if it wasn't already there, get a Mossberg 500 or a Remington 870 or a Savage or something, and stuff it with double off block buckshot, and we ain't nobody moving too much after getting touched with that.
Yeah, somebody
So,
said,
I mean,
yeah, in the comments, somebody said,
what it is.
True.
And why do you see AR-15s? Well, guess how old AR-15s are?
How old are they?
Eugene Stoner patented the Armalite design. That's what AR stands for, Armalite, not assault rifle, in February 1952. That's 70 years ago this year. So you are talking about a 70-year-old design. Now, anytime you saw somebody in a hunting field In the 1950s, he's got a bolt action rifle. 1960s, a bolt action rifle. When did they patent bolt action rifles? Well, Mauser patented one in 1841. So that was a 110-year-old design that the guy was using. So when you see John Wayne use his Winchester Model 92 in a 1952 movie, that's 60 years old. That rifle is older than your AR-15. So, I mean, it ain't nothing new. I bought my first one back in the 1960s, 55 years ago. My old man bought one in 1962. So, I mean, it ain't nothing new. That's 60 years ago.
I want to read somebody said something about what you talking about stabbing. True, that happened
He
to my
walked
cousin.
the whole block after being stabbed multiple times. He was near the hospital. He might not make it, but what could he have done if he had something to fight back with? He could have shot you, blown you away, clubbed you, or stabbed you fatally.
He said the more he walked, the more his heart pumped out blood.
That's right. That's physiological.
I gotta ask you about
he might have recovered.
I gotta ask you about the Rayshard Brooks situation where the cop shot him at Wendy's running away. You fell asleep in the drive-thru, and then the cops confronted
that thing
him.
in Atlanta.
Yeah, shot him.
Well,
there's
a lot to it, but understand this: it got submitted to the grand jury. Think about Atlanta. What are the demographics likely to be of a grand jury?
Black, right?
Yeah.
Okay. But the DA before this DA, she's good at locking up rappers on lyrics about using RICO charges to get rappers on lyrics and stuff.
Yeah.
But she can't get no cop.
The point is, why waste everybody's time if you got a case that you are not likely to get a conviction on?
But the DA before her.
Juries, I always made sure that the juries had a liberal dose of black folk and everybody that's supposed to be on the jury. You know what you get?
What?
You don't get what you see in the paper. What you get is jurors afterwards. Yeah, they got the guy, you know, he reminded me of somebody that ripped off my aunt or reminded me of somebody that robbed me. And on more than one occasion, I had the whole press corps sitting up in my courtroom because it was a controversial case and they knew that the defendant was going to get jacked up, right? Okay. And, Your Honor, the jury has a question. Well, Officer Duckett, would you have them reduce it to writing? Have the foreman do that? Bring everybody back up here and we'll see what the question is. So the commercial peels out there, you know, the reporter's got his pencil out and he's writing furiously and everybody is writing stuff down. And the jury comes back. You know what the question is?
What's
Your
that?
Honor, if we feel the victim deserved killing, do we have to convict the defendant?
Okay.
You know.
Judge, yeah. Well, Judge, with this case, though, this is interesting because the DA before this lady, Paul Howard, promised prosecution of the cop. But what happened was a special prosecutor said Tuesday he would now pursue criminal charges against 2 Atlanta police officers involved in the fatal shooting. The decision was made by Pete Scandalakis, the executive director of the Prosecuting Attorneys Council of Georgia, is in contrast with the then Fulton County District Attorney Paul Howard found after Brooks' death, quickly leading to charges against the officers, Garrett Roth and Devin Brosnan. Howard was then voted out of office, however, and his successor, the lady, citing conflicts of interest, had the case transferred to the Georgia Attorney General's office in early 2021. So it was a black man who was in power that was trying to prosecute the office.
Yeah, I mean,
a black woman transferred the case.
But I'm saying I can see how he got acquitted. They got out of it. And I think the woman just didn't want to handle the hot potato.
But she's sending rappers to prison on lyrics.
I know.
On RICO, man. That's the organized mob stuff.
I know. But, you know, some cases are easier to get a track record on than others.
Yeah, but you throwing away black.
What's
it's like if Clint Eastwood or Al Pacino.
What's that got to do with it? Remember?
Hey, I'm throwing away black men. I'm tired of this. I'm tired of the Hollywood stuff. They don't
Yeah,
respect no
well, it
black
is
man.
what
They
it
don't
is.
respect black
We
men
get
in this
what,
country.
see, in America, you get the representation you deserve. If you don't
They voted
turn
him
the
out. They voted him
representation
out.
out,
Yeah.
you don't. Why the hell do we still have Congressman Steve Cohen? Why the hell did we have
Because he
Amy
show up to our
Wyrick and
birthday
we
parties and
got
give us
turned out?
proclamations.
Why did we have this bozo down at juvenile court continuing that circus act from Kenneth Turner from 1963 all the way up to 2006? He was dropped out of the 6th grade, so the highest grade he ever completed was the 5th grade. You know,
This is
so I mean, we get
gotta
exactly
change,
what we deserve.
Judge. I just, it's like these people, like you talking about how corrupt people are here. It's people making as government city workers, they're making like 20,000 or more a month. How much money do you need to live on in a city like this? The cost of living is low, and it's fun to be in the middle of the country. You go anywhere, you like 2 to 8 to 10 hours away from where you want to be. You could drive there, whatever
Okay.
you want to be. You could drive from Memphis.
Let me ask you a question.
Okay,
Who's the highest paid federal government employee in America? You don't have to give me his name. Just what is his position?
I'll be
It's
I heard
not the
that.
president of the United States.
Is it a TVA guy? The executive TVA? How
10
much money he
million a
make?
year.
How much he make?
10 million.
He makes way more than, including the governor. He make more than governor. We had a billionaire that was governor of Tennessee before this one high school.
Yeah,
right?
but he makes more than the president of the United States on government salary. You
billion
know
a
what they
year?
pay the members of the board of directors for meeting 4 times a year?
Jeez, how much?
50 to 60,000 a year.
Is this for 4 times to go to work a year?
Yeah, that's 2 days each time. That's 8 days a year.
Yeah, I mean, okay. I mean, like where? Like, around the state? This random places?
They're drawn from or inside the state and outside. $50,000 to $60,000.
Man, it's just, if you try to do right, they want. See, that it's like the IRS. They hire all these IRS agents. They don't go after the big wigs. Like, look
Well,
at
you know what that is?
what is that?
The CIA has been forbidden by law from domestic spying. The FBI has been forbidden from doing domestic spying, as contrasted with carrying out warrant work, where somebody issued a warrant giving them permission to do what they wanted to do.
Okay.
Now, the FBI has centralized records on everything, and they're using the FBI as an investigative agency to accumulate massive files and document everybody in America, their income, where they spend the money, how they spend the money, what on, who they spend it on, who they spend it with, your home place, your phones, your usage of electricity, water, everything else. IRS has these records. So they're making IRS into a central record keeping agency so that you lose control and certain interests can get that. Now, the other thing is, look at what happened with Trump down in Malargo.
Right.
Now, a lot of folk hate Trump, but the point is if you have this disparate treatment thing where you allow somebody that you don't like to get treated in a fashion you don't want to get treated in, then you have a problem. Now, let's just look at that. You get people hyped up, they hate Trump. Whether or not you hate him or like him, here's what goes on. One, Article 1 of the Constitution makes the president chief executive officer of the country. So does Article 2.
Mm-hmm.
Article 1 makes him commander in chief of the armed services. You have Supreme Court decisions. And here's what's interesting. When it comes to stuff like pardons, commutation of sentences, or in other words, giving somebody relief, there is no recourse. There is nobody you can appeal a presidential decision on commutation or pardon of a sentence. Nobody. He's not answerable to anybody under the Constitution, and that is for a very sound purpose. When it comes to his authority to declassify documents, his authority is absolute, because in a 1988 U.S. Supreme Court case, they were very clear about it. Hell, I'll even cite the damn thing. They said, as chief diplomat, he has absolute authority to determine what the State Department does or does not classify. As commander-in-chief of the armed services, he has absolute authority on what the military classifies or does not classify. They even said that even if the military classifies a document, the president can, on his own authority, declassify it, even over objection. There is no appeal. The Congress is squawking about this is against the law. Well, first off, the Supreme Court said Congress can't make a law constitutionally that makes it against the law. Congress has no oversight over the president when it comes to declassifying documents. So where do you go with this? Okay. The Supreme Court case, 1988, is Department of the Navy versus Egan, E-G-A-N. Now, that's not even an old case. That's have the authority. The other thing is this is what I find ludicrous. The FBI gets to pull off this raid, and part of the documents that they're trying to get has to do with them violating federal law and engaging in domestic spying, which will send people to the penitentiary. Other thing, too, is the vaunted Secret Service guards that house 24/7 and the former president when he's there 24/7, his house when he's not. They've got very tight security. Now, the FBI with the Department of Justice seizes it. They don't have that security. It's in all that stuff is in a property room where clerks and clerics who work in property can go in and out as their hearts please. Junior grade FBI agents can take a look at it, and they don't have top secret clearances.
Right.
Next thing that makes it absurd is, as president, he read it. Now, it's up here. A lot of people have adaptive memories. So how are you going to clean it out of his mind? So he might let some foreign entity stumble onto it. Well, it's in his head. So if they can steal the documents, they can kidnap him, and they've got modern torture methods where they get it out of him. So while we whoopee, where would you rather the stuff be in? The top secret area managed by the Secret Service, which is where the stuff was kept safe in the first place by the same Secret Service when it was in the White House. And in addition, he had already invited comment on the stuff before he left office and initiated a general classification for the stuff. Additionally, it is traditional for the president to keep this stuff so that it can be put in his presidential library. So 25 years from now, 100 years from now, future historians can look this stuff up and see what he actually ordered or what information he was actually looking at or was perusing, so they can get an idea of the thought process, which is why we study history, et cetera, et cetera.
All right.
So what is it they're doing? Next thing that goes on when it comes to mind is this is a matter, I don't care whether it's classified by somebody, it's with someone who had the absolute authority to declassify it. And you have a matter of property that's movable. They call it personality. And when you have a dispute from one party against another party over right to possess and control movable property, you have to go into court and file an action in replevin and get a court order saying you're entitled to possession of that. Why didn't the U.S. government go take Trump to court and get a federal court order granting them possession? They didn't. See, that's not due process of law. And it is also using a criminal method to deal with a civil matter, which is in fact against the law. So if you took an objective reading of what the FBI did and the Department of Justice did in what happened in Mel Argo, and you taught it to a law school class and you had an exam on it, the correct answer would have been who goes to jail? FBI and the director of Department of Justice, the Attorney General, for violating federal law. It's also subject in his case to impeachment. So nobody talks about that, and it's a precedent. It's like, I hate to use Trump, but they just throw everything out the window. That first round of impeachment proceedings, they charged him in the articles with obstructing Congress and exceeding his authority. Now, Article 2, Section 4 of the Constitution says the president and vice president may be impeached and, if convicted, removed for 1, bribery, 2, treason, and 3, crimes in office, high crimes and misdemeanors. That means felonies and misdemeanors, all right? Now, bribery, okay, treason, absolutely not. Why? Because treason is the only crime defined in the Constitution. It is very clear and succinct. It specifies the number of witnesses that must be available and deliver credible testimony, what they have to testify to, what can be introduced, what cannot be introduced. Wasn't treason. Now let's look at the first easy one, obstructing Congress. Well, first off, there's no such criminal charge, so what is it? That's a political matter. Second thing, bozos didn't realize that under Article 1 of the Constitution, it says Congress shall consist of 2 chambers, the House of Representatives and the Senate. So as soon as it went from the House of Representatives, where these bozos had been reading the newspapers that said Congressman this, Congressman that, Congresswoman this, Congresswoman that, they forgot that that was a usage of 100 years ago, convenience, because back then the only congressmen that were elected were members of the House of Representatives because the Senate was appointed by the state in question. Okay, so as soon as it got to the Senate, they simply said, hey, we're part of Congress. Did anybody in here feel like we're getting obstructed? Nope, that's out of here. First one's dead on arrival. Second one is, what crime is committed by obstructing Congress? Every time the president vetoes an act of legislation, technically that's obstructing. Is there a crime? No, there's no designated crime. So that's out of there. So they wasted all of the public's time and attention on non-existent crimes. They went around and did the same thing the second time around. Why did they do that? Well, they wanted to evoke the 12th Amendment, which basically infers that anybody convicted, impeached and convicted is no longer eligible for public office. Well, be careful what you do. I say that all the time. When you go back and you go to the second round of impeachment proceedings, Trump is no longer president.
Right.
But wow, what precedent does that come up with? Does that say? Well, Biden is no longer vice president, but you got that laptop on Hunter Biden, and what's revealed on that is poisonous. And also for activities when he was vice president, the Ukraine's Supreme Court ordered a 120 some count indictment unsealed 5 days before the 2020 November election. And clearly in that, not only Hunter, but Joe Biden is subject to multiple indictments for bribery, extortion, perjury, subornation or soliciting perjury, subornation or soliciting treason. And what does Article 1, Section 8 of the Constitution say? It shall be the obligation of the U.S. government to, quote, enforce the law of nations, unquote. Article 6 of the Constitution says part of the supreme law of the land shall consist of such treaties as have been ratified by the Senate. So several of the treaties they've ratified concern Ukraine, and those are that the U.S. shall assist Ukraine and vice versa in investigation of criminal activity, apprehension of suspects, detention of suspects, and extradition of suspects. There's also a treaty we have with Interpol concerning Interpol, and Ukraine is a member of that, and it requires the same thing. You ever wonder why Biden doesn't go over to Ukraine and visit over there, and they send dumb bunny Kamala Imhoff over there to embarrass the country? Well, it's because he's got pending indictments against him. So technically, he would be entitled to diplomatic immunity, but it still might be very embarrassing. So our president can't go over there because he's a wanted man charged with multiple felony counts. Now, technically, what that means is whoa, if history goes as it has for the last bit more than half century, and these numbers on the polls, this lack of approval, shows what it's always shown, which means the Democrats lose the House and the Senate. That means now you have a Republican-dominated House that, with the precedent that the Democratic-controlled House set of going after Trump for an office, something done when he no longer held an office, they can go get Biden. They can convict him because it will be a majority Republican Senate. And we've seen the Democrats strip a lot of the filibuster power away from the Senate. So we're likely to have a situation where Biden gets removed from office before 2024. You get Queen Harris, Imhoff, in his VP, which is an absolute disaster from VP to president. And guess who becomes vice president under American law? That becomes Nancy Pelosi, which means it's going to be a long time before they can hope to get office again.
Well, so, actually, yeah,
that's a disaster.
Yeah, that's good. A person sent me a question through email to ask you. She said, hello, thank you for your channel. Please help Judge Joe explain how and when military tribunals take place over federal indictments. A few years ago, pre-Epstein, white flag, nearly 2,000 sealed military indictments went out. Now, one could say that C-19 lockdowns were indeed so the public would not see the arrest of many high public figures involved. One could also look back to Bush Sr.'s funeral and say that at some point there was a Pineapple Express move upon all the former presidents and their spouses. She said Jim Bush included. It would be great to hear his observation and validation of the system, and also Julian Assange. What's happening with him? He is the OG whistleblower. Have the judge please remind us how Obama went after him and ruined our liberties on multiple levels. Thanks you. That's what she said. Thanks you. Thank you.
Well,
you got all that, Judge?
Yeah, I got it. I had a Russian professor back in 1967. I was her teaching assistant. She said America's in grave danger of becoming a fascist country, not from jackboot wearing, goose stepping, Zeke hiling political thugs in uniforms, but as she put it, from pink panty wearing, long haired beatniks who switched and twitched when they walked. who will impose the worst methodology of fascism on their country in the name of making what they do safe. And that's exactly what we're getting. It's not coming from the far right now, it's coming from the far left. And if you want to see what it's about, take a read of Animal Farm by Orwell or go Google it. There's an excellent animation from 1952 the CIA did. It was to be shown in communist countries.
Okay.
But it pretty much covers word for word the book. And the animals stage a revolution and take over this farm, and they write a constitution and they print it on the side of a barn. It says all animals are equal. Well, the pigs stage a counter movement and take control of the government, enlist the dogs for muscle, and they modify the constitution. It says all animals are equal, but pigs are more equal than others. So now we have a situation where all citizens are equal, but certain ones are more equal than others. And we've got a pig pen situation where we've got pigs who are more equal than all the rest of the animals. Take a read of it. Orwell was very prescient. He also wrote 1984, where they came up with that Big Brother thing, and it's real interesting. You can see it.
Yeah, we definitely living in an idiocracy too, as well. I seen that movie. That's a good movie. Think about the dude who created Beavis and Butthead. But also, I just want to touch upon quickly the student loan debt thing. I know today is the birthday anniversary of Fred Hampton Sr. He would have been 74 years young today. He was taken out by the government at 21, courtesy of the FBI, Chicago Police, and the Illinois State Attorney's Office. But also, I had a chance to interview his lawyer friend who started the People's Law Office in Chicago. He represented the estate of Fred Hampton in civil court. They won that $2 million nearly settlement back in the 80s. He said, he's from Atlanta, this guy named Jeffrey Haas. He's a Jewish guy. He said, Ron, the reason why we was able to pursue the work that we was able to do in terms of representing the people and being involved in the movement, because when we graduated from law school, we had no debt. We had little debt. So it allowed you a chance to give back like that. But now when you come out of school, you burdened with all this, you can't get into that type of work. Like what you talked about, Judge, the stuff you was doing, the advocacy work, think tank stuff. So it's by design really to keep the people from advancing. If like you talking about how it's hard to find lawyers that want to make a reputation. Like y'all did, like Johnny Cochran or anybody like that, like yourself, y'all work both sides of the law, whatever. I mean, criminal defense and also for the system. But like it's hard to find people that can move forward like that if you held back by this loan thing. And also the student loan thing, it affects older Americans too, like in their 50s and even 60s. They have not paid off their student loan debt. They're going to die with that debt. So also in the 60s, I'll point out too, is that y'all had a historic booming economy. Y'all had an economic expansion post World War II, where I could drop out of high school and get a work at the factory in North Memphis at Firestone for 40 years. My wife could stay at home, raise our children, support a whole family on one salary, one person working outside the home, send my kids to college, retire with a nice pension. Those days are gone like organized labor. The organized union movement is gone because the Democrats sold us out. They sold us out. So, I mean, I'm just saying, like, that's why I say it's hard for me to blame these young people for not having hope.
Yeah. How can we talk? We keep electing Steve Cohen. What has he done for us? Not one damn thing. So whose fault is that we have no voice in Congress? Now, there are white people in his district, but less than 10%. But even them, what the hell are they getting when the only damn thing your congressman has ever been responsible for is mandating the use of paper straws in the congressional cafeteria?
Well, he changed the name of the federal building downtown too, right? From Clifford Davis was a Klansman. So I didn't know he was a Klansman. And changed the Horton all the way.
Odell Horton. I knew Judge Odell Horton.
Yes, sir.
I knew him well.
I mean,
When, by the way, is somebody going to name a street after one of our greats, H.T. Lockett or A.A. Ladding?
mm-hmm.
Or people never heard of A.A. Ladding. How
You're right.
about Russell Sugarman? We named a bridge A.W. Willis after him, goes over from, just north of the pyramid to Mud Island.
Yeah,
Enough.
Sugarman's son is a judge, right? He a judge. Congratulations.
Yeah,
So
he
I
just
voted for
took
him.
over juvenile court.
Yeah,
Thank
good
goodness. He
brother.
used to be the public defender in my courtroom for 10 years. Very good lawyer. He had the
Man, he's a
best
good
track
brother.
record in the state for defense. He had 64 jury trials in my courtroom. 61 of them, these are serious felonies. He had 61 not guilty verdicts outright. He had one mistrial on a first-degree murder case, and that resulted in one of the 61 not guilty verdicts. So the remaining 2 out of the 64 were guilty verdicts, but the state had offered his client 10 years, his clients 10 years each on the cases, and the guilty verdicts resulted in a misdemeanor conviction, 11 months and 29 days, time served. So he got 64 victories, which was the best in the state of Tennessee over the 10-year period. So people used to tickle me. I don't want the public defender. You got the best in the business. I'm going to be a private lawyer. Then they walk in with some bozo that's been out of law school 6 years. Daddy funded a slick advertising campaign and mail-out campaign, and he never tried a case, hadn't even argued a damn motion. And it's a disaster, and he pleads everybody out. I remember one case, and this goes to some other stuff too. I don't want no public defender. Well, sometimes you're better off with a public defender. I remember this. Judge Sugarman. He and the state asked if they could approach, and they announced that the state was going to drop the charges on Attorney Sugarman's client. Attorney Sugarman said, well, we want to assess court costs, so jeopardy will attach. I said, wise move. How long is it going to take for him to get to? Said, well, we need 3 weeks, and we'll have it together. So anyway, the family hired this clown to come in, and he wants a continuance. I said, well, all right, if they're going to pay you, fine. You get your continuance. So I gave him a month. He comes back in, and what he announces is that his client he just picked up is going to plead out to 5 years. I said, oh, wait a minute. No. Time out. We're not going to allow that. The court is not going to allow that, sir. Said, and I published it to embarrass him. I said, for the record, Attorney Sugarman worked out an agreement with the state where they're going to drop these charges. So you come in and take over, get paid a fee, and then you want to plead him out to 5 years? What's wrong with you?
That's crazy.
So,
it's like Sugarman should be a state Supreme Court. I mean, he kind of like what Thurgood did before the U.S. Supreme Court.
Russell Sugarman was his daddy, and Russell Sugarman has some credentials. You know, when Emmett Till got killed, he and his then partner A.W. Willis with old man Withers, they went down to Mississippi, and old man Withers took 6 rolls of film of Till's body, gave 3 rolls to Sugarman and 3 rolls to Willis. They went their separate ways to get to Illinois, go find a Walgreens and have the film developed and get it to the governor of Illinois so they could get Till's body back, where the rest is history. But Till, it's a tragic situation. However, the White Citizens Council and the Klan weren't going to let that happen, so they captured A.W. and they tortured him for quite a number of hours, but he managed to escape. So he said he pledged a frat, and what the sheriff was doing, beating on him, wasn't as bad as he caught crossing the sands to make his fraternity, which was Alpha Phi Alpha. And I know about that hard pledging too back when, because I went over 50 some years ago, and they didn't spare the wood. I couldn't even walk after the end of Hell Week for 2 or 3 days. But I know why now they don't. They start screaming if somebody gets up in their face and blows bad breath on them. But, you know, it was designed so you wouldn't rat out your compadres fighting segregation. But anyway, see, people like that need some doing. And Tarek Sugarman's fine man, you know.
Mm-hmm.
I had occasion to have cases with him. He's a good lawyer. And he's got a good heart, too, so he'll do well. But we don't honor these people. Why in the hell do we want to name Airways Boulevard after Lil Dolph?
Oh, Young Dolph.
Young Dolph.
Mm-hmm.
Man, it's interesting, but he's gangbanger. What did he do for the black community in Memphis? He entertained them, apparently. But what about H.T. Lockhart? He filed actions pro bono, not one dime did he charge, that desegregated the parks in Memphis, desegregated Memphis State University, and a whole lot of black folk have gone to Memphis State University thanks to what he did. He desegregated the high schools, the junior high schools, the elementary schools, the public buildings. He got city court desegregated, circuit court, chancery, criminal court, and juvenile court desegregated. When I first practiced in juvenile court, way back 50 years ago, the court hadn't been desegregated 14 months. Before that, black lawyers weren't even allowed to come up front, and the black defendants had to sit out in the hallway. Now, what about those guys? See, who are we going to respect? I'm sorry. The young brother, I'm sure he's a good guy. I don't know him, never heard of him.
Well,
he got killed, but he needs to wait his turn.
I mean, I can understand that, but I know Dolph is like, I wouldn't say necessarily he was a gangbanger per se. He came out of a certain environment and he was able to make it, but he did give back to institutions as well as he gave back money to Hamilton where he went to school.
No, that's nice.
Yeah. And he gave people money to start up businesses there still.
That's nice.
And,
but he didn't impact how many generations of black folks since going back 60, 70 years went to Memphis State, now University of Memphis.
Right.
How many black folk went to Hamilton High School, to Whitehaven High School, to White Station High School, etc.?
Mm-hmm.
See what I'm saying? How many black folk have gone to these junior highs and elementary schools? How many of us go to the damn parks?
Right.
How many of us go down here to the stadium to watch a ball game?
Mm-hmm.
Last Southern Heritage football game, I think, is coming up this September. How many of us go to these places?
Mm-hmm.
Before that, we couldn't.
Right.
When I became the first black prosecutor for the city way back 50 years ago, you know, I would work up plea bargains and for defendants. Their lawyers would come in to represent them, and the old black guys, and I'd look up their records. Here's some of the charges. Reckless eyeballing by colored person.
Mm-hmm.
That's a quote. That's the name of the charge. Quote, colored person refusing to remove from sidewalk for passage of white person. Unquote.
Right.
I love this one. Maybe they need to resurrect it. Quote, acting too colored in public. Unquote.
That's funny. That was crazy.
So, I mean, I'm looking at this and I came in from California. I'm going, shit, what is this? Damn. Acting too colored in public? Damn.
Yeah, what is that?
That's a crime. Dude did 30 days on this shit. You know, damn.
Wow.
See,
people should be honored that did these. A lot of times people ain't gonna be honored like that. The folks that really fight the hardest for us like that, a lot of times they don't get the respect. That's why Thurgood had an issue with some of the activists back in the day, because he said, I'm in the courts fighting Jim Crow, taking them out, and I'm not getting the recognition for it. If you won 29 court cases out of 32 before the U.S. Supreme Court, you should be a household name. You should get your propers. But like you could give people those propers without not, you still recognize young Dolph. He was a young guy. He didn't ever have a chance to mature into what he could have became. But he did have a heart for giving back, and I respect that.
But you know how I look at that?
How you look at that?
Say, I was in college when the NOM was hot and heavy. A whole lot of people I went to high school with and college with didn't make it back either. And they
Yeah.
were some brilliant, down to earth brothers, hard working. They weren't gang banging and thugging.
Right.
You know, they were talking. You know, I remember one brother was always out in the forefront. They drafted him in 1968. You know, he was still in college and he was making a difference. Staunch activist in the Black Student Alliance. They drafted him. He said, look, Joe, man, I don't want to be up in this mess, man, but I need to learn the ways of war. I guess he was going to do that Killmonger thing.
Yep.
He got both legs blown off and died of infection 2 weeks after they got him back from the NOM. Just fucked him up. You know, what about him? He was in such pain, man. Even morphine wouldn't cut it down.
Right.
So, I mean, what about folk like that? See, when I look at, you know, everybody then knew somebody that was dead, got killed off that you went to school with or was somebody's baby brother or older brother, big brother, son, nephew, husband, boyfriend, or something. And we look at this whole thing differently. I mean, man, it's like not only that, our parents, man, they knew folk got blown away in Korea and World War II and World War One. I remember my old man used to have this thing for World War II vets. He was in World War II, got decorated. He black, you know, he was in the Red Ball Express, but you know, there was this thing called Bastogne, the Battle of the Bulge, and Ardennes campaign, and he was a sergeant. What was master? First sergeant, breveted up. Hell, his truck outfit got shot up, so they gave him rifles and said, "You're in the trenches." And man, you know, they had brothers came back from Korea and World War II, man. You know, they walking with limps or one arm doesn't work too well.
Right.
And old brothers from World War One, they were all school teachers. Now, just imagine if they had that kind of school teacher now, like they did when I was in, where these brothers would, you know, look after you, but they would wear your ass out with those ping pong paddles or razor straps.
Yes, sir.
And y'all, boy, what's wrong with you? Your shoes aren't shining. Well, Mr. Phelps, you know, I don't want to hear. You know,
shout out to Dana with the data.
Yeah. So
with the super
it
chat
was a thing that we had, and when these brothers would talk about death, man, it's like what they call a hero now. They just call a sad sack, unlucky motherfucker. Like they want somebody was at in the Ardennes with the old man, you know, and wound up running into him again when they found they were both teaching school. I said, man, remember them dudes, man, that came in from Alabama and Georgia? Said, yeah. We dug this brand new latrine, man, because we found some soil that wasn't frozen solid, man. So we've been taking hand grenades to blow this shit up so we could take a shit, you know, and set up a air brake so, you know, nobody froze his butt cheeks off taking a shit, man. And then those 4 mortar rounds hit, man. Them crowds fired and blew up 8 of them, man. They got fucked up. Nowadays, they call them heroes. But, you know, they just some sad sack motherfuckers got their ass blown off, literally taking a shit.
Right.
You know, stuff happened. That's the way they looked at it.
You know, it's funny you said your father was in Red Ball. My maternal grandfather was in the Red Ball Express. He was in the Battle of the Bulge. He had got 100% disabled, but didn't get his first check from the military until 1955.
Yeah.
He was a decade. He walk around in pain, and he, you know what I'm saying? He stopped taking his pain medication. I mean, he had got lung cancer, still smoking cigars. He took one lung out. He still was smoking cigars for almost 40 years. And he died at 82. They don't make guys like that no more. They different.
No.
That's a different generation.
Yeah.
And they didn't get all their GI Bill. They didn't get everything in the GI Bill they supposed to get.
Well,
like
yeah.
white
See, my old man was real dark. dark brown anyway.
Uh-huh.
So he was smart, and he came out of the GI Bill. He was 35 years old when World War II ended. That's why he got.
Oh, he was a little bit older. He enlisted. Or
Yeah,
he got
that's why
drafted.
he went up as master sergeant when
Okay,
he
but
got out.
he
They
got
tried
drafted
to
when he
get him.
enlisted. He
They
enlisted.
wanted some black officers since Truman wanted them. So they were trying to get him to go to OCS, Officers Candidate School. He
Okay.
enrolled, but he withdrew to go enroll in Howard. And because he went to college, he had easy access to the GI Bill. So they paid for him going through getting an undergrad degree at Howard. And he went on, he didn't take 4 years to get that.
Mm-hmm.
And then he went on to law school, went through. They paid for that too. So he
Wow.
decided that, 1952, you ain't got too many black folk practicing law in America. And he decided to get the hell away from where he was. He was from Kansas City and had been up in Chicago. So he and my mother, we went out to the West Coast.
Mm-hmm.
And the rest is history. So, he became a school teacher. So you had all of these brothers that had been in the service and been doing a lot of things, and a lot of them transferred over from the post office because in those days with a 4-year college degree, hell, you couldn't get much anything except post office sometimes, and that required you pass these civil service tests. But if you passed them, you got the job. And they kind of wanted college grads rather than just high school graduates in those days. So black folk worked heavily at the post office. My old man used to work at the post office every winter break. And he worked in the employment office every summer because teachers don't work that long. They needed the money. So, I mean, it is what it is. But
Yeah.
you had all these people in on this thing. And these guys, like disabled,
Mm-hmm.
one that was some serious shit came out of there. Folk got shot.
Yeah.
So they, like one of them said one time when they were talking about, I was asking them, why don't you guys get involved in the civil rights thing? I said, look at here. I was trying to blow some crowds' asses off, and they were trying to blow mine off. I'll be goddamn if I'm gonna let some redneck peckerwood beat me across my goddamn head. Hell no. I don't play that shit.
Oh yeah.
Kill me, but I'm gonna goddamn sure try to kill somebody in the process. I ain't getting nobody an opportunity or freebie to beat my ass. So I mean that's just the way they did.
I mean, but what's interesting? Like you said, I think about. I used to talk to Charles Evans whenever I was in Jackson, Mississippi, and he would talk about how Dr. King would not just walk; he would run to his home. He said, "Charles, I feel so comfortable because you got all the guns and goons." Like he said, Dr. King was kept alive by brothers with guns who had military backgrounds. As soon as he lost those guys that was protecting him on the march against fear, because like even when he came to Memphis, it'll be black police officers offering security detail.
Yeah, they had 6 of them got told to leave on order, and the captain came down and told them they had to leave. Or they
right, that's when he got killed.
Service.
That's how he got killed. He had no protection from them brothers with guns. So
and then Ed Reddick,
tell the story right.
Refused to leave, stayed up on that fire station doing overwatch.
Ed Reddick.
He gave my associate, the late Cliff Stewart, an affidavit, which I read was interesting. He said they showed up 10 white cops. They double handcuffed him and hog-tied his legs with a rope and threw him in the backseat of a squad car because he wouldn't leave.
Yep. I mean, but as Ed Reddick, I had a chance to talk to him before he passed. I mean, it's just so many stories like that. Even with Malcolm, he used to have police protection even from the NYPD, but the day he got killed, they were away from the Audubon and they came afterwards. But it's just so much to think about. But also, Judge, I gotta give props to you because you was one of the co-founders of the National Civil Rights Museum. You saved that property with a group of black men. That story is not even told in the museum.
Yeah,
like they wrote you out
how
of
it
the
got
book.
founded? Randy Wade gathered all of us up. Randy Wade's still alive. Chuck Scruggs down at WDIA got involved in this. There was Walter Bailey, but not the one that's the county commissioner, the one that actually owned the hotel. A.W. Willis and Mr. Bobo down at the restaurant known as the Gay Hawk, which didn't have the same connotation then as
Right, they're pretty good soulful.
yeah, we met down there for several weeks. A.W. Willis got all the documents drawn up and signed. It was actually my idea to make it a museum.
Okay.
Because Mr. Bailey wanted to just sell it. It was a whole house. It was on the whole track. Even when King was there, it was hourly rate hotel.
Right.
And we got everything together and we reviewed all of the documents that AW had gotten together. We were down at the Gay Hawk down there on Thomas for lunch. We said, it looks good. He said, well, yeah, I got it. Everything's taken care of. I'll get it off this afternoon in the mail. Well, he dropped down and collapsed that afternoon and died 4 days later. He had a very ravenous cancer. Okay. So his office called around to get some other law office to mail it off. I wasn't in when they called mine. I would have been glad to do it. But they got DeArmey Bailey's office, and his secretary said he'd sent it off, and that's how he claims to be. Well, that's how he got his name up on that plaque as a founder. He didn't have shit to do with it, with all due respect to the dead. Mm-hmm. And the first damn thing he did is he went behind the board of directors and invited George Herbert Walker Bush to give the keynote opening address. And the motherfucker did not even show up. He dissed everybody. They broke into hell to the chief 4 times, and there was no president. Mm. So after everybody was around 3 hours waiting, just left. That's the way they roll here.
Now, did Bill Clinton did come? He did come to one of those things.
Yeah, but
right?
Bill Clinton.
He was running. He was governor, right? Arkansas.
Yeah, but Bill Clinton was not president of the United States for several years after that.
Okay. Well, I mean, things happen for because I know that Bill Clinton
he
did
also
do the
invited Clarence Thomas to speak to the National Bar Association down at the Peabody for a convention. Uh-huh. And the Black Bar refused to come back to Memphis until this summer, which was 21 years later. They got so pissed off.
You made the Hall of Fame for them. And well, congratulations.
Oh, yeah, I did. There was a lot of reluctance from the Memphis area, I hear. But anyway, some of the outside people got me.
But I was going to say, well, Bill Clinton did do the eulogy for Judge DeArmey Bailey. I used to be friends. I mean, I knew him for a while at the Mr. Boulevard Church.
He did. But he didn't have shit to do with the Civil Rights Museum being founded. It was me, Chuck Scruggs, Walter Bailey, the owner, not the brother, who is the lawyer and the county commissioner. It was Randy Wade, Mr. Bobo, and of course A.W. Willis. We actually put it together.
Okay, I know Judge got the courthouse named after him downtown as well too. He was an interesting guy. Did some movies. It's kind of like y'all good at becoming judges and lawyers and activists, and then doing y'all little Hollywood stuff. That's and you and both of you and Judge had that in common. And I had a chance to know both of you guys, and I think y'all good guys, and everybody have their disagreements, but good men.
Yeah, I know. Well,
he was on the council in Berkeley. He told me that
he was a student out there. What happened is the Supreme Court back in 1966 ruled that students could vote either where they came from or where they went to school. So these students elected a city councilman, which included him. That was great of him. But as soon as the students went home for summer break, people that lived in Berkeley had a recall election, which is permitted under California law, and they turned everybody out.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, he told me about. He was proud of being a black radical, but he told me about when Huey P. Newton was trying to punk him into joining the Panthers, trying to intimidate him into joining the Panthers. He was talking about he was a short guy, but he was trying to intimidate Judge into trying to do the ways, kind of like I heard on the behind the scenes on the Mac with your friend Max Julian, your classmate. How they were trying to intimidate the people that was working on the Mac to do certain things for the pen. But that's another story altogether. But
I want to ask you, Pete Newton personally.
What type of person was he? I mean, it's like he's an interesting, complex dude.
I'd rather not comment.
Okay, it says a lot. Also, I'm glad you brought up, because I thought you was about to talk about Geronimo Pratt, who was the godfather of Tupac. who you recruited to UCLA, who was
I
a 1 year old.
recruited Geronimo Pratt to UCLA. Geronimo Pratt had been a sergeant in the Special Forces. He was a Green Beret, did 4 tours in the Nam. He liked it.
And they killed this white. But you know, Huey P. Newton, what bothered me is what people said that was in the Panthers, like when they took Geronimo Pratt and railroaded him in that trial. The government knew where he was at when that white lady got killed on the tennis court, that white teacher. He was in a meeting with the Panthers in Oakland, I believe. They had him under surveillance. They withheld the information from the jury who found him guilty.
Well, I was involved in helping him get himself out. Johnny Cochran represented him.
Yeah.
And I gave Cochran some affidavits.
Uh-huh.
Now, I'll tell you about it next time we talk.
Yes, sir. But I also heard from one of the Panthers that they were told by Huey to not testify on his behalf. Like the
That ain't quite what was going on.
See, I'm talking to you. That's why I want to know, because I hear
but
these
I'm not
stories
going to tell
about
you
Huey.
about it on air, because there are purposes within purposes and points within points.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah.
You know, I actually want to ask you about another Panther, Dr. Matulo Shakur, who was the stepfather of Tupac. He's being held in prison. He's dying of stage 3 bone cancer with only months or days to live. And he supposedly got out under this program called mandatory release. They supposed to have released him back in 2016, but the judge who put him in prison, who's over 90 years old, still thinks he's a security risk. But this man can't even lift himself out his bed right now.
I mean, stuff happens. See, look, you had 2 kinds of Panthers.
Uh-huh.
3. Excluding the women. Well, even with the women, you had the people affiliated with it who were college students. That tended to be the leadership. And you had a rank and file that tended to be something else. And then you had people that were kind of in between. See, one of the things is that people who were members of the Black Student Alliance, or what became the Black Student Alliance on the West Coast, started the Panther Party.
Mm-hmm.
First president they had in the Southern California chapter was a guy named Shermont Banks. I knew him. He was a student at Cal State, L.A.
Mm-hmm.
He bailed when this different group that was composed of former members of the Slawsons got out of prison, started getting out of prison, including Bunchy Carter, who I also recruited to UCLA. Bunchy Carter went into the penitentiary as functionally illiterate. He did what Malcolm did, which is taught himself to read and write, started writing poetry, which brought him to our attention, and we recruited him. John Hudgens came from the East Coast. In fact, his father was a janitor at Yale University for some of the frats there.
Okay.
Geronimo Pratt came to our attention because he heard about it and applied, and he had been an Army veteran, real decorated. We had Nathaniel Clark, A.L.L, he was the brother of somebody I was in love with, a woman, That's how I met him. I recruited him. We got Elaine Brown, who had been a secretary there. And we got a few other people. Marsha Blake, beautiful woman. And Holly, she was roommates with several other people that wound up ladies getting into the party. And that combined with the Black Student Union there, and also Black Student Alliance around this huge LA area where you had all of these multiple universities and colleges. So we started doing stuff. It was interesting. I was the community liaison for BSU at UCLA And that meant I worked closely with the Black Student Alliance and the Black Panther Party. We didn't work with us because something was wrong with those folk. We quickly found out that they were implicated in being snitches. That's why some of us do not come anywhere close to Kwanzaa, because we know it got started at Leimert Park, not the housing, not the neighborhood, but the actual park, which was on Crenshaw. And the avowed purpose was to get Black people together so they would start talking, so what we said could be recorded, we could be snitched on better.
Right.
We would have meetings about doing community politics and how to take control of the area. And people from this us organization would be taking shorthand notes. We'd say, brother, what the hell are you taking shorthand notes for? Well, the Maulana Karinga must be informed of what's going on in the community. Week later, you get picked up walking to class by the FBI and transported from Westwood all the way to downtown L.A. They take all your money out your pocket. What money? You didn't have any money. What the hell? Where's my phone book? Oh, what charge, George? Do you remember a phone book? They'd always take your Black book, and you'd have to manage to get yourself back to someplace. Nobody had cell phones then. So it was a problem, but the FBI would start quoting to you exactly. What did you mean when you said so and so and so and so? I take the Fifth Amendment.
Wow.
Well, hell, we know you said so and so. I take the goddamn Fifth Amendment. I want a lawyer if you want it. Oh, it'll be necessary. I think it will be. Well, what about so and so and so and so? Well, let me make this comment. You mean to tell me that we as Black people don't have the rights guaranteed under the First Amendment? Well, what did you say? I take the Fifth Amendment. Don't get smart ass questions. Well, fuck you. You know, it would happen all the time. So everybody started putting notes together. Yeah, guess who? And see, there was this movement to take control of the nascent Black studies programs because there was big money and influence in that. And by the way, this critical race theory, CRT thing that Professor Crenshaw from UCLA came up with, it reads like almost a verbatim quote of a thing that I did, Harry Carey, a roommate of mine, Clifford Stewart, we called him Skip Johnson. He was from Tennessee, but family had moved out to L.A.
Yes, sir.
Some other people and some Black professors, we drafted it up for Black studies. Now, our motive was to inspire students to be angry and be motivated to do something to change. And the critical race theory thing that Professor Crenshaw seems to have, well, it never was copyrighted, but it sure as hell was copied from 1967. It reads very closely onto it, but the change is don't even try because it's pointless. You're oppressed. It's not your fault. Everything's on it. They owe you something. Well, we never looked at it as what they owed us. It was get the fuck out our way and we'll do it ourselves.
All right.
And by the way, that James Brown took the concept and made a song out of it. Don't do nothing. And I'll do it for myself, whatever. So
I remember that song.
That's what we looked at. See, we were into going to college. Everybody could go free. So that was a good way to keep your ass out of the norm, was to go to college.
I gotta ask you, this is a perfect segue to ask Dana what the data was reading my mind, actually, and I'm glad she brought, and she also donated some more money. She said keep the conversation going for another hour. We already through the hour almost, but ask the judge about Hispanics trying to claim the creation of hip hop, and also about the Ari Spears comedian about what he said about Lizzo.
I'll comment on that.
Okay, what about the first part? About what's your take on the?
I don't know. I've been bored with black music for years. I used to like to dance, still do.
Yes, sir.
But point is it all sounds the same to me. It's stagnated. I haven't heard much different, much new since about 1979, 1980. I mean, it varies. It's gotten nastier, but it hasn't changed. And one of the reasons is big business now. Uh, Back in the 60s, 50s, you had young blacks who started off playing instruments and singing in churches. So 5, 6 years old. So by the time they got to be teenagers, they were seasoned pros,
Mm-hmm.
virtuosos with a bunch of instruments. Now you got somebody scratching records, and somebody coming up with poetry and computerized mixing boards, and you don't know what the hell's going on, so they don't have to spend a whole lot of time learning to play an instrument or being able to sing. So what they sell is what passes is amplification of masculinity, but it's not really. And all around the world, you've got young males who are starved for masculinity, so it sells in Tokyo, Paris, Rome, Berlin, Moscow, you name it. And the powers that be that sell this stuff, they don't want a proven formula to change. You watch over some places and everybody's doing techno, I guess you'd call it, where all they do is jump up and down, not in time with the music, so they don't want it changed. And some other folk can't dance too well. They don't want it changed because they've been listening to it. They don't even realize that hip hop isn't even all that masculine, because what they're dealing with is hood rat stuff, and the hood rat stuff is based on not having a daddy in the household for the most part.
Mm-hmm.
And what they're emulating is their thug mamas who had them at 12, 13, 14 years old, or at least the ones that try to claim street cred. And what you're getting a lot of is when they were 9 years old, they heard their favorite 13-year-old aunt say this stuff. So the women get upset with the male fantasies of dominance and control over these half-naked females that exhibit sexual fantasies for the male mind. That's not even what it's about. That's what their grandmamas, aunts, and mamas look like. And if you saw them back in the 70s or the early 80s in July, when you had to go visit to interview them because they're too damn lazy to come downtown and get consultation with their lawyer, and they got cases, you see mama out there with some booty shorts on and her butt cheeks hanging out, tits hanging out, and grandmama looking the same. So you get a 17-year-old and his mama ain't but 29 years old and grandmama's 43 out there playing hoochie mama. So they're just showing you their female relatives up on stage, and their mamas look like that, although most of the time they don't look that good. But that's not a sexual fantasy. That's like June Cleaver in riffraff shit, rather than looking like, oh, somebody in Leave It to Beaver, where she's got on a dress and pearls and high-heeled shoes doing kitchen work. So, I mean, it's kind of, once I realized that, I wasn't into it. I just said, oh, this ain't cool.
I know what's interesting about the hip hop, the phenomenon now. I think the Olympics in 2024 are going to have breakdancing as a competition at the Olympics in 2024. And also, next year probably the 50th anniversary of the so-called founding of hip hop. But we had forms of rapping back in the day. From jazz, from swing, street group. Everybody was rapping. Everybody.
But you know what bothers me? When I was in my teens and 20s, parents didn't know how to do this. Nowadays, you got everybody from 15 to 75 doing the same dance and understanding the music. What the hell? Where's the creativity? This shit stagnated for decades. Man, it was almost unheard of for music to last that damn long. I mean, think of it. You went from, blues has been there as a genre for a while, but you got What You Got, would flip over every 5 to 10 years.
Yeah. I think, you know what the problem is, though, is that people don't understand the value of music education, a part of the educational curriculum. Because Memphis used to be renowned, is because we had strong music education programs in the schools. And
I
we
got you. Yeah, Memphis music education, but you have to make it elective because I just felt I wasted my damn time taking music. I'd fall asleep on that shit. I couldn't sing. I tried to play a trumpet. I couldn't do justice to it. I sold the damn thing as soon as I got old enough to do it. Bought myself a knife with the money. But damn, I was bored. That was a complete waste of my time. What the fuck?
do
I'm
you
not
like
gonna be a musician.
do you listen to music at all? Do you like music? You not
I
you could
like to
dance.
dance.
Yeah, you could
So I
dance.
like the rhythm, but I don't like listening to some of the lyrics because I listen to us bad mouth ourselves. Oh man, you got to use the N word, man.
What
That
about the
get that.
R&B, like the old school R&B or
Well,
old
I
soul
do,
music?
but I've heard it so many times. It's boring. It's like Christmas. I've heard these same goddamn Christmas carols for 75 goddamn years, 75 times each goddamn day. And I'm sick of that shit. Makes me want to puke. Goddamn, come up with something new.
All right, Joe, I got you. I got you. But you know what's
I like
interesting?
reggae. I love reggae because I love to get down into the Caribbean. I've been to Jamaica 25, 30, 35 times. I forgot how many. Same with the Bahamas. It's a great place. You can have fun down there. Black folk in
But you
charge,
know
even though a lot of them are corrupt, but they're in charge, and they know they're in charge.
but you know
And it's a
that
different kind of thing. That's why we got this big thing about black folk hating Caribbean. What the hell you want to hate your brothers for? I mean, damn. No, they didn't go through this. They got a whole different experience. And no, they didn't go through what we went through because the islands were too damn small for them to do on the large scale what they did here. And those brothers would not tolerate the bullshit that black folk in America put up with. And when they come here, they don't either. They ain't worried about what happened. Like, what can I get done?
now I know now you got people in the Caribbean now, in particular Jamaica. They claim that they invented hip hop now.
Yeah, I
There's a
know it.
lot
I
of
don't like
controversy
it.
around there right now.
I don't like it. I mean, I don't care one way or the other. I just wish they wouldn't abandon reggae because, you can get into it, but that, man, God damn. Well, you can't understand mine. You don't understand the patois. Hell, fool, I can talk it.
But you know,
I understand it.
But it was a black man that actually helped popularize reggae from Texas named Johnny Nash, right? I can see clearly now the rain is gone.
Yeah.
Sunshiny day. He's from Texas. He's not from Jamaica, but he recorded that in Jamaica. And he popularized, he gave them props. So it's black Americans that help make their music worldwide. I mean, black folks, we have created so much music.
I like female singers.
Okay.
Most of the male singers, I don't. They got that microphone like they trying to put a dick in their mouth. Like what the hell is up here? Damn, dude.
Well, some of these guys these days, I ain't gonna say no names. Some of these R&B guys.
Some of them in the old days too.
I heard that too.
Some of them, but hell, don't make it so goddamn obvious, man. Hell.
Oh man, but you know what, Judge? I gotta ask you because I'm looking at this documentary on Stars called "Confronting the Serial Killer." There's this white lady, she's a true crime author. She had a relationship. She's been interviewing this serial killer named Sam Little. He's a black guy that will be the most prolific serial killer in American history. He allegedly killed or strangled 93 women from 1970 to 2005, allegedly. And he died in prison out near Los Angeles back in 2020. But he had a messed up relationship with his mom. You talk about how the black mothers influenced these black boys. His mom abandoned him. She had him when she was 16. She's a poor Georgia girl. Left him by the side of a road during a rainstorm. A neighbor picked him up, and he went to live with his paternal grandparents. But when he came of age, he went to live with his mom down in Miami. She ran a boarding house, and she had a peephole that led to his room. And he said on occasion his mom would lie in bed with him, and this is a grown man, almost 30 years old. His mama would be forcing him to suck on her breast. And then she was in the bed with him and told him to look down. She said, "Do you want to go back to the place where you come from?" This is what his mama told him. He ended up being a serial killer. Arguably killed more women than Ted Bundy, John Wayne Gacy, and Jeffrey Dahmer. More people, allegedly.
Well, you
So
know
this is a
what?
black man. He'll killing white women in Mississippi and Florida and getting away with it, Judge.
Well, let me tell you about sickness.
Okay.
I actually, on a talk show, participated in the interview of Jeffrey Dahmer's mama and his stepdaddy.
Oh, wow.
They were almost as sick as he was. I said,
Okay.
wait a minute. You mean to tell me when this boy is growing up, he would masturbate with roadkill, sliding it over his penis? Hey, you didn't think something was wrong with that? Well, we thought he wanted to be a veterinarian and he was fascinated by animals. Lady, that's some sick mess. What's the matter with you? I had to slide my chair away. Like,
You was in person. You was like in the room.
yes. It's like,
I will be eating on her house, man. That's crazy, Judge. Well, the fruit don't fall too far from the tree then. Because
yeah,
Jeffrey was
some of this
enlisted
stuff.
too.
You know what? I used to run counseling sessions. Back in the 90s, and to get in it was with the cooperation of the city school system, and to get in you had to be a single parent female head of household with at least one male child, 13 or over, enrolled in the city schools. Invariably I'd start the 2 sessions. I'd have the boys would come and the mamas would come, and I'd have 25 or so mothers in there, and I'd ask them the question, and they'd all come up with the same response. Judge, with respect, what good a man for anyway? I hear you, girlfriend. You right, honey. They ain't good for nothing. They all dogs. I don't get it. Why would you need a man up in the home? Yeah, they ain't, like you say, honey, they ain't worth nothing. So I said, you want your boys to grow up to be men? Of course we want them to grow up to be men. I said, how you going to raise them to be men? Well, what you mean? I say, how you going to raise a boy to be a man if you don't know what the hell he's supposed to be good for when he's grown? You said it, not me. What's a man good for? You asking the primary question. If you don't have an answer to that, you can't raise a boy to be one.
You know what? Like, Judge, you talking about those veterans and war veterans who turned teachers. Now they begging men, especially black men, to become teachers, but they ain't want us. I tried to apply to be a teacher almost 20 years ago. They ain't want me in the system.
Yeah, but you know what they're paying now?
Huh?
Teach America has got this thing sewed up for the county board of education. They're starting teachers at 28 to 32,000 a year, and they only need a 2-year degree.
Well, it's the idiocracy in effect.
And there's no retirement. There's no retirement that goes along with it. So what the hell? Why do you?
Well, they don't expect people to live that long anyway, Judge.
Yeah, but the point is, you get these little young girls who have a soon-to-be hubby. They're still getting married, who is in medical school, dental school, law school, getting an MBA, etc., master's degree, PhD, and they help support him while he's doing that. And oh, by the way, they get all of their student loans forgiven if they teach 2 years at an inner city school. So you get the ludicrous thing. You go down here, right across from, well, it's been a few years since I went the last time, but right across from Booker T. Washington High School, there's what used to be an elementary school on each side. Now they're operated by private concerns for $1 a year. And you have MPD out there every morning to escort the teachers in from the parking lot to the inside the school because they're scared of the people that live there. That it's been 5 or 6 years ago. Maybe they've gotten better. I don't know.
I mean, I don't know. I think things are getting worse, though. I mean, the fact that you don't feel comfortable in a place called home where people violate you every so often to remind you that you are never safe anywhere, that you always got to keep your head on a swivel. How can you relax in a climate like this? This is crazy.
It's ridiculous.
It is. And we hope you run for mayor, send Brown downtown in 2023. One more question, I get you out of here, Judge. You've been very kind with your time. I gotta ask you, like, well, Dana, everybody want to know your thoughts about the comic Aries Spears comments about Lizzo, her looks, and also the pushback and the council thing on Aries Spears. Have you heard the
Yeah,
thing you said? Okay, what's
I
your take on it?
commented on it. That's why she wanted me to ask.
Yeah.
You know, if you look like Rihanna, J.Lo, Beyonce, some of the women I've dated, I mean, you can get away with that because you look good. They have statuary, paintings, and representation of beautiful nude women all over the world.
Yeah.
And she talking about Rubenesque paintings where the sick Dutch were bragging about how well they could feed their women because they had money. You know, you may be a nice sister, beautiful personality, but keep your damn clothes on. Why you got to put it in conjunction with slut action and go around looking like mammy, you know, and fulfill everybody's negative image of black women? And, you know, I've been in places um, where there are conferences,
Uh-huh.
and they've been in southern cities, even Memphis. And I've sat behind white women, Asian women, and I said, my God, I've never seen so many fat women in my life, let alone in one place. They're all going to die before they hit 40. Maybe yes, maybe no. You can be a great person,
Right.
but keep your goddamn clothes on. What is it where you start trying to sell what you're about by being a slut and trying to play a part in P Valley?
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, look at Lizzo. There's one circulating on Twitter now, and it's taken off of a video that took place in the Staples Center in L.A. It was, if I recall correctly, it was a Lakers playoff game, and all these young kids watching this, and this slob gets up in a black T-shirt dress, mid-thigh, with all of her butt cut out and some dental floss up her butt cheeks, twerking on the dance floor with her ass up, facing everybody. They got upset with Janet Jackson, good-looking woman. She microsecond flash some titty with a huge starburst around, you know, it was a piercing, but hell, it was covering more of her breast than the typical swimsuit does these days. Everybody, wardrobe malfunction, went crazy about it. Now they got
Right.
this slob looking woman out there doing that. It's distasteful, it's degrading, it's dehumanizing, and it is insulting to beautiful black women. Now, I'm sorry, if you are big, be nice. Don't try to be slutty. Now, I understand if your mama looks like that, you might find that attractive. But quite frankly, you know, that's getting to be a common thing, but it didn't used to be. And I'm not exaggerating. I go in a club now, a few times I go in. Some of these are some nice women. And most of them that I'd run into, they're over 650, 55, going to 60. Okay, I understand that. But I'll go in someplace else just because it's not even a nightclub.
Uh-huh.
And these girls are 15 years old, 25 years old, and they're bigger than the ones that are 65 that are way out of shape that used to be hot when they were 15, 20, 25 years old. They
Right.
don't look that way now. So
Mhm.
what in the world's going on? And to show you how degrading it is, the Cincinnati, Ohio Zoo has an aquarium and they've been engaging in a sea mammal rescue program amongst sea cows. So they named one of their rescue sea cows after her, and that sea cow is named Lizzo.
That's a that's like
Now
some
think about it.
sneaky
And
sweet
then don't
this stuff.
forget the contest they had as to who looks the foxiest, Lizzo or Gloria. You know who
Wow.
Gloria is?
Who was Gloria?
Remember Madagascar?
Oh, that's the hippo, right?
Remember the giraffe that had it on for the female hippo whose name was Gloria?
They compared her to that.
Yeah. And guess who won? Gloria.
Well, you know, where's the white female version of Lizzo? That's the thing. White folks don't promote that among their own.
No, they don't.
They won't tolerate it. You look
They
at,
won't.
they have a lot of so-called unattractive black women on TV, but they won't put like white people are interested. They happy because they used to fear black women. Black women used to be the envy of the world when it came to beauty. I look at them Jet magazines from the 50s and the 60s. Black women were fine. They were the, Dorothy Dandridge, Freddie Washington, Lena Horne, all shades and hues. Even the sister from Star Trek was fine. And like our standards are down, man. We embrace a deaf culture.
Hey man, I dated Frida Payne for 8 years.
Oh yeah, Band of Gold. We just lost.
Sure did. We're still friends and talk regularly.
Yeah, I saw her 5 years ago.
I'm looking at this stuff now. I'm going.
She got her stuff still together. I saw her 5 years ago.
Oh yeah, she's into yoga.
Yeah, she's good people. One of
Fun
Detroit finest.
We used to have some great adventures, but I mean, point of the exercise is what?
Oh, Honey Boo Boo. You remember Honey Boo Boo, Judge? Somebody said Honey Boo Boo.
That was a little white one.
That's
the one white one.
That's but there's a kid, there's like a fat version.
I know, kid.
Shirley Temple.
Didn't she die of a heart attack or something?
I don't know. She grown up, but she don't look the same. You know how them child stars don't look like they people start losing interest in them after they get older and just regular looking, allegedly. But with Ari Spears, I noticed that people attack his appearance, but it's a difference for a man and a woman. What's the standard for a woman is looks. Man is about pocketbook, right? About what you got in your wallet,
yeah.
What you pack in resources, your name, your achievements, your accomplishment. Women is about
okay, but let's look at men. Sports Illustrated.
Okay.
The men in there tend to be fit, heavy, medium, small size. They tend to be fit, hard athletes.
Right.
Football players, basketball players, track stars, swimmers, you name it, bicyclists. So you have a magazine full of pictures of fit men. They used to do that with the women that they had in the swimsuit edition.
Right.
Now you got Lizzo types in there that are supposed to be pretty. I say, I ain't buying it. You can have fit looking men. You can have fit looking women.
Yeah.
See the double standard?
Very much so.
Like, no, I looked at, I always used to get the swimsuit edition. Look good. I always like looking at good looking women. They turn me on. I ain't gonna lie. I mean, I've been in museums, looked at sculpture. Like, wow, man.
Yeah, work of art.
I would love to have seen the person that they had as a model for this. Yeah. Wow. And by the way, African statuary too, they've got two types of stuff. Most of us came from West Africa, and they have something called the Nok civilization, N-O-K, from the Jus plateau in Western Nigeria. And contemporaneously with Greek statuary, where it was very anatomically real and representational of the human body, The African statuary looks basically the same body build as the contemporaneous Greek sculpture does. All right.
Yes.
That stuff that we associate with African statuary now seems to have been an evolution, the same way you get Picasso doing expressive art. The Africans did that too. But the early stuff that's representational, these girls are fine. And they look the same as they used to look right now. And quite frankly, looks have been part of the human evolutionary scheme.
Right.
We had Australopithecines for our ancestors, and Australopithecines and chimps look quite similar. So there is a reason that we look like we do right now instead of looking like a chimp. So that's because women selected for strong men and men selected for a standard of beauty that was reflected pretty much down through the ages up until we get the last decade here in America where, wow, it's gone south for some reason. I don't mean southern states, just gone. Now, there was a place called, well, I won't even name the place. It was a restaurant that served big portions and the food was good. It was on Sunset. And you could always count on seeing some absolutely drop dead gorgeous movie star aspirant black women, white women, Asian women, Hispanic women up in there. Yeah. I mean, they were drop dead gorgeous. The last time I went up in there, some of those women looked like if there was cannibalism, they ought to have been served up on the menu. I mean, not everybody is gorgeous, but I mean, make do with what you got.
What do you think about
respectful? At least have a good personality.
Let me ask you this, Judge. What do you think about women with tattoos? I mean, it'd be some beautiful women with tattoos. What's your take on women with tattoos? You date them, or are you interested in them?
Well, let me say this.
Okay.
It's just like clothes. Some women can get away with anything, and some have to be very selective with what they attire themselves in.
Yes, sir.
Same thing with tattoos. But if you're going to get tattoos, at least go upscale and get them orange and yellow and bright green and, you know, colors where you can see them. What is with this dark ink blue black that everybody uses? It's like, what is that? You know, like, I didn't see that. That's a new thing. That's like this weight thing. I mean, you go down to certain places that have been here in Memphis long ago, 25 years ago, you go in there and they have some very, very beautiful black women. Uh-huh. Nowadays, if you ever had a women's professional football team, you could go in there and recruit the line from them. Like, what happened?
I don't know. Just
like, man, wow. And then you look at them and say, they're not going to make it long. How long are we going to live like that? You know, diabetic problems, coronary problems. Oh, brother, I feel for you guys. I mean, you know.
I mean, it's hard. Dating scene is hard right now, Judge. I just...
Well, you know, it is for me too. And somebody put a tweet up here, a signal of rebellion. This isn't rebellion that you see right now. This is not rebellious. This is, I don't know what the fuck to do with myself.
I just, man, we lost because the women are the first teachers of the children. That's why you look at what's going on in Memphis and other places. Like the police officer told me the biggest problem is single mothers trying to raise these boys. And this is
who don't know what the boys are supposed to be good for when they grow up. You know, I got another term for it.
Sir?
If you have a mama gorilla, what's she gonna raise?
A gorilla,
If you got a girl-rilla, what's she
girl.
gonna raise?
Oh.
When the girl-rilla is a hood rat?
Oh,
Hey, come on now.
Now we got a rapper from Memphis named Glorilla. That's a female rapper. We got a rapper named Glorilla.
Girl-rillas. You know, girl-rillas going around clowning and riding and trying to ramp it up, you know, like, come on, give me a break.
Yeah, sometimes it ain't all about revealing.
Somebody
everything.
says women today think beauty means get naked. Well, yeah, if you got something to show. I mean, you know, I mean, you go to a beach, man, if a chick got on a thong bikini or something hitting it, and she's got a body, man, there's nothing better than that to look at. But if she looks like the Michelin tire man, god damn, what the hell? Put
So
some
you
dreads
think,
on
if I
her
ask
ass.
you, Judge, you think this is the real cause of ED for men not having enough so-called attractive women? Is this
Well,
what
you
really
know,
calling people ED?
you know what? Before Mid-America Mall got in, it used to be funny walking down Main Street, downtown Memphis. You'd hear the brothers rap, hey, baby, slick red, you hear me? Oh, hell, watch this man. Hey, babe, yeah, you didn't need to hear me. You could feel me from 2 blocks away because I was coming through your head, baby. You know, you could feel me in your radar. I'm the one you need, baby. Like, you know, hey, you know, like, it's like that, mama. You know, hey, slick. Well, fuck you, bitch. I didn't want your stanky ass no way, you know.
Yeah.
But you see, it used to be amusing watching what they had to say. Now, I would walk down and you'd get this conversation. Hey, man, what's the matter, man? Oh, man, you ain't been laid, man. How come you ain't got you no pussy, man? Man, I just ain't find nothing, man. Shit, man, I don't like to be paying for pussy, man. Shit, you catch something, man. So, man, look, you go down there on such and such street, you know where they got that cul-de-sac, man. You know, like you go down there, old fat chick up in there. Her name is Shwanika, man. You tell her she fine, she give you some pussy before the half hour gone, man.
Oh God.
And I said, Shanika, that's an odd name. Hell, I represent a chick like that. I got appointed to represent. Sure enough, she come up. What in the hell is your problem? And she lives on that street. They talking about her. She looked like not Miss Piggy, but Miss Biggie.
Miss Piggy.
The Michelin tire woman, you know,
Oh my God.
painted a brown, you know,
Oh.
and rolling through some mud or something.
Jesus.
And all you gotta do is go down there and tell her she fine, and they get laid. And see, they get the wrong idea. Dude's trying to get some ass, and they sniff up under it like she's fine. Yeah, baby, you fine.
Oh.
And I remember one time, Memphis in May, it was on Beale Street. This has been back in the 80s, man. And I was walking down there with a partner. We'd come up from it ain't mud, Judge. Okay. Came up from the barbecue cooking contest, man. And everybody was turning around to stare at this chick. And her friend girl was like, damn, girl, you need to go change. Now, honey, look at all these men's looking at me. They know they likes what they see. Well, she had a homemade dress on. It was made out of this slip material, you know, kind of shiny. And it had triangles. And this chick was so fat, it looked like a rubber band on her. I don't know how she got in there. And all this fat was puffing out of these triangle cutouts, diamond cutouts, like it was, you know, somebody had sewed in padded sections. Everybody going, God damn, what the hell is that? Man, damn, look at that shit. Oh, man, they need to take that to the zoo. And she was talking about all these men looking at me because they know they likes what they see. It wasn't like, it was like, Like looking at a train wreck, man. Like
Wow.
mutilated corpses laying all over the goddamn ground. Like, what the hell is this shit? Like going to the zoo, man, and the hippos broke loose.
Oh,
Damn,
God.
man.
Oh,
Shit. So, I mean, it's like they confuse people trying to get laid and what it takes to set up a relationship. And now, you know, birds and the bees 101, boys and girls 101, you know, the birds have different plumages, lions have manes, lionesses don't. They have size differences, sexual dimorphism, they call it, behavioral patterns that are different between male and female.
yes, sir.
They smell different to each other. And nowadays, you got these little freak sick boys dressing up like they're girls. I mean, it's really fucked up. You know, humans don't walk around naked too much except at resorts on the beach. And they kind of dress so what you got on reflects on what's underneath. But nowadays, you can't tell. So, I mean, ordinarily, you'd say, damn, that's good look. You don't dare look now, man. Is it a boy or a girl, man? Like a partner of mine said, man, I was in Atlanta airport, man, and I thought I saw the finest woman I'd ever laid eyes on. I got up enough nerve to go over and say something, found out it was a boy.
That is Atlanta for you, boy. You gotta be careful because they wear them high
Damn.
heels. Them guys be walking
That is
good. They
really
walk better in
sick,
high
man.
heels than the women do down in Atlanta.
Yeah. Man, we went down to Morehouse, Spelman, etc., Clark, Mutual Campus.
Yeah.
Myself and some lady friend of mine, she had enrolled her daughter in, and it's been some years ago because the daughter's graduated already, moved on to something else. But man, we went down there and they had these boys with these little tutu dresses on and tights, man, and flip flops and big purses and women's hairdos. And apparently the dean got in some trouble for doing it, said they couldn't dress like this on campus. These fools got to the sidewalk, kicked off them flip flops, reached down, pulled them tights off, reached in these big purses, pulled out these high heel pumps, and you know, put on these big hoop rings and started switching off into the sunset. Like, damn.
Okay, this is interesting.
And in behavior, we went to go see the lady who was a friend of my acquaintance. We didn't have anything on man. We just close friends. And she was dean of students. So we had to wait on the meeting because two parents were out there throwing punches at each other. Grown women. And it's like, what the hell? Well, what happened was their daughters, one was 21, one was 23, still going into school, were talking about each other on social media. So one girl slapped the other one, and the other one hit that one with a backpack. And then the mothers came down and got to having a fist fight out there in front of all of the students, and what amounted to, I think it was right outside the student store. It's like, what the hell?
What's going on? Wow. This is
I
crazy.
helped this woman move her daughter into the dorms. You know, it's been some years ago, like I said. And there was a drive into the dorms, and it circled around. And it was no parking. And there was this van parked right there blocking the entrance. And there were these three fat women in there that's chain smoking. They had a pile of cigarette butts right outside the van. And we said, excuse me, you've been here for 45 minutes. Could you move? Well, we can't drive no car. You don't know how to drive? Hell, where are you from? Well, why don't you go get your friend out of the girls' dorms to move the car? Well, we ain't got time. She be down when she get down, not before. So everybody, after waiting, trying to get up, I wound up helping people carry these trunks and stuff for their daughters. All this distance to the front of the dorms because these witches were too damn fat, lazy, and fucked up in their heads to move the damn vehicle so everybody else could get in like they were the only damn ones in existence.
Wow.
Like, I know your kids are messed up. If you are their mamas, is how you teach your kids.
That's crazy. Well, Judge, I want to thank you. Thank you for your observation, your wisdom, your wit, and most importantly, your time in giving us all
Yeah,
this.
but I don't mean to talk about the women like
No,
that.
it's good. Well,
But
go
I
go
mean,
viral.
some women need to learn how to act like ladies.
Yes, sir.
I'll promise you. It's like just like a thug acting a thug. That ain't cool either. Boy walking around here switching his ass more than a woman. That ain't cool either. You know, just because he like to get a dick stuck up his butt. I mean, more power to him if that's his thing. You know, go get your freak on in the bedroom. But goddamn, don't besmirch the women by trying to act like them. You know, if you're a woman, act like a woman. Although maybe they just act like heathens because they get no play for acting like a lady anymore.
Well, we're gonna tell them something good before we get out here, Judge. Speaking of something good, is your Judge Joe Brown BBQ.
I mean, service and sauce. If you want the sauce, it's Judge Joe Brown Barbecue. See that? JJBBBQ.com. Order it. Some good stuff. Best you've ever bought. Now, the other thing is service. JJB for mayor of Memphis, Tennessee in 2023. Send Brown downtown. A vote for him is a vote for yourself. Take your town back and send Brown downtown.
We definitely gonna send Brown downtown with some barbecue sauce, and
we'll
good
put
old
some
time.
sauce on this town and spice it up and make it what it ought to be.
That's right, yes, sir.
So, I'm out of here. I got to go. This has been Judge Joe. Catch me when you can, because I'm the one that ran. All right, young brothers, always a pleasure. And by the way, congratulations on them giving you recognition. I saw that.
I appreciate it, Judge. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Okay, take care.
Will do.
Yes, sir. And that's the one and only Judge Joe, bringing you what you know with the flow. Thank you, Sister Dana, for tuning in and for your support. Thank you for the flowers. We love you madly. Sister Libra. And I didn't expect to stay on this show about 4 hours. This is ridiculous. But Judge was in the zone. I was the warm-up act for about 43 minutes, and Judge came on and he did his thing. So I thank y'all for tuning in with us and hanging out. Judge always a treat. He's a true living legend. It's a blessing to have somebody like that around that still cares about people, regardless of what people may think about Judge and his delivery and his messages and whatnot, or who he is. He's a good, honorable guy. So I just thank you for having the time to hang out with yours truly. And it's been a pleasure to serve. And what he's talking about, actually, I'm glad he brought that up. Is my thing here. You see, I roll it up. It's me right here. They did a feature on me in the Memphis Voyager magazine. I'll put the link in the chat. You can read that story. It's an interesting story. Gave me time to salute myself, to give myself my own flowers. Because like a lot of times you think about stuff, you don't think that you really made a difference or impact. But a lot of times we don't have a time to really sit down and meditate and reflect upon our journey. So I've been here 40 plus years, 42 years now. So I have done some interesting things. I had my faults. I had my shortcomings. I did things. I was naive about a lot of stuff, but I'm still here. Praise to universe, soul God, and the righteous ancestors. My work is not over. Let me say, my work is not over. This is only the beginning of some great things in store. But check that article out. You gotta tell your own story from your perspectives, and that's why I started We All Be TV, to tell not only my stories but our stories from our perspectives, unapologetically so. Be unapologetic about who you are and where you come from and where you going. Because it ain't where you from, really. It's where you at, to paraphrase Rakim. So thank you all for staying strong for these 4+ hours like a marathon. And Yeah, we're gonna send Brown downtown. Thank y'all for rocking with me. Like y'all been rocking with me for a long time. Sometimes I don't always give everybody their shout outs or their propers. This is just overwhelming still. As long as I've been doing this stuff, it's just very overwhelming to get positive feedback and support. And I want to thank everybody who donated. Sister Dana, Sister Betty. Let's see. I want to make sure I shout out people. Sister Black Mama. I love the sisters. I love black women. Y'all support me. And also in the chats over here, I think Brother Holland, Irish brother. I think you dropped out some. I don't know. But people, I just thank y'all whoever gonna donate, continue to donate. But check out the article in your free time. And we're gonna close this out. I'm gonna read a disclaimer. Like the words from Brother Herb, please subscribe. Go to YouTube, We All BTV, one word. You want to support the movement because knowledge is the currency of the universe. But also I gotta pay Memphis like gas and robbers and the landlady and all this stuff and gas money. And I get around. But if you feel moved like some of my friends have done in this stream, donate, Cash App, $R2C2H2. That's $R2C2H2. You can Google Pay, PayPal, and Zelle your support at R2C2H2 at gmail.com. That's R2C2H2 at gmail.com. You can Venmo your support at R2C2H2. You can actually buy Art of His Art to hang on your wall, R2C2H2.com. That's R2C2H2.com. You can wear Art of His Art. This is the greatest to go. Muhammad Ali. Go below the video description box. If you're on YouTube, access that link. That's our official Teespring site. See all the art I got. I got more coming. I actually got a whole bunch of art I don't even show. I got notebooks, sketchbooks, garage full, extra closet full of art. I got a lot of art. So I'm gonna leave a lot behind when I'm gonna get out of here. When I make that great reinvention in another matrix, I'll still leave a lot for you all to enjoy. So we're gonna close it down. Thank y'all for sticking around. You know, we really appreciate your support. We love you all madly. Let me read disclaimer, Judge. You just give it to you like Tabasco hot sauce. Goes right into your mouth, make it flaming like some Cheetos. But disclaimer, the news expressed, or the views rather expressed by hosts and guests on the We All Be TV platform are not the official views, opinions, beliefs, or perspectives of We All Be News or the We All Be Group Incorporated. We All Be News is an organization that thoroughly believes in supplementing the information narrative that is usually supplied by the corporate news entities with those viewpoints and expressions which may be marginalized or ignored for a plethora of reasons. We are about informing the general public on alternative perspectives as it relates to news and information, and letting the general public be the ultimate judge and deciding on how to use said information. Informed citizens are responsible citizens. Thank you for your support. Thank you all for your time, the treasure of your time. You can't get that back. And know that the best is yet to come. Keep on producing and pushing. And in the words of the late, great Duke Ellington, we love you madly. One love. I think it's love. One love. Something like that. All right, take care. God bless everybody. Black August.